Yeah, great pump, y'all. Great pump. But now's when we got to start studying ourselves. Let everybody else get euphoric. Let everybody else get crazy. And we're going to chill, calm, and steady. Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on in, grab a seat. Slap that like button. Try not to steal my lighters. This, in my opinion, is the first shot across the bow. Right? How we recover from this, how deep it goes, is going to determine how many people FOMO in, which will give us our second cross, our second shot across the bow. What we want right now, all the bears in here, close your ears for a second. Okay, what we want right now is for all the other bears to short the hell out of this shit so that we can keep sweeping them. I just don't want our bears to hear that because we don't want our bears to do that. We want our bears to be patient. But all those stranger bears that we don't know, dare you to short this thing. All right, bears, you can listen now. But yeah, if you want to take a short, just flip the chart and just make sure to keep asking yourself, would I long here? Right? Is that like a good candle? Yeah, cool. Do these follow-up candles make you feel warm and fuzzy about a recovery? Not yet, right? Doesn't really scream long me. Right? So don't be like the other silly bears out there that are just slapping short because price went up. Right? Wait for some structure. And bulls, I don't even have to tell y'all. Don't buy these tops. Yeah, I mean, for everybody that's just getting here, if we can shrink the screen a little bit, you can see what I'm thinking for the relief rally. Right, the weekly 50 EMA, that's our bear case. Meaning if we can't get above that 50 and hold, that's as high as our relief rally is going. If we can get above the 50 and hold, then my base case is 104, which is the start of the support that we broke, right? The wicks on the support that we broke on the way down. If 104 holds, then 108 is the actual support that we broke. If and only if we can get above 108 and hold, then we can start talking about a right translated top. At that point, 150 is my target. Only when and if we get above 108 and hold daily candles. Just, are you a patron on YouTube? No, this is not market maker in control, y'all. Definitely not. Market maker doesn't like big moves like this. Market maker likes balance. Market maker doesn't like to leave imbalances. Doesn't. All right, hit me up on Discord, Just. I got you, bro. Dbloc.eth is my Discord. It's a good time for it too. We got that bot, we got that AI bot in there kicking ass right now. That shit is so much fun to use. Yeah, we looked at ETH. ETH is starting to get to some interesting places. This W that we broke here, let me clear this up a little bit. The W that we were playing on the smaller time frames, right? That just played out right now. But getting up to 3442 gives us the left side of our larger W here. And that gives us 4,300 if it pops. So what I was saying is that we need Bitcoin to go up and consolidate, right? Even if it doesn't continue to pump, come down, grab this, and go into some sort of consolidation above 94, 93 even, who cares? As long as we're putting ground between us and 90 and we're consolidating and Dom is doing this, then alt will be able to move. So that's what we're trying to figure out now, right? Are bears going to keep squeezing us, or are they going to let this retrace? And then what is dominance going to do? The moon, RH. The moon. Barely bullish. Not like barely, like a little bit bullish. I mean, like barely, like BEARLY, bullish. I'm bullish, but I am bullish with the recognition that we are very close to my bear case for the relief rally, and that I need evidence here. Right? All I needed us to do down here was hold ground. Right? The evidence was the fact that we were holding ground, holding new levels, and the accumulation had stopped at the bottoms. The evidence I need now is that we can get above that 50 on the weekly. If it can't, then I said it before, we can't be upset if all we get is 98. Because when we were at 80, everybody was like, I don't care, bro. Yeah, 98 is great. As long as we can get 98, I'll be happy. Now we're at 98, and it feels like you're getting punished if it stops here. You know what I mean? But I like it. I don't. This doesn't seem like a final swing to me. It seems like the first shot across the bow. Well, I miss being in a position where I could say, yeah, we're definitely going to go to ATH and just be happy and rah, rah, rah about it. But the position that I'm in right now, it'd be irresponsible for me to do that. But it's cool. I'll be the responsible one, and then y'all get to just like party and chill. Oh shit, am I muted on Discord? Damn it.
Trades
Keep
right now and
doing that shit. My bad, y'all. I was muted on Discord.
That's okay.
Yeah, I had already told y'all what I told YouTube though.
Well, I mean, it's like, we would have interrupted you with stupid stuff anyway. Or like,
Yeah,
like if you
probably.
put it on, we were saying stupid stuff anyway.
but yeah, I have 6 positions and I would say 3 of them are runners. 2 I have stops and profit, and the other one I'm just got up on the board.
It's kind of hard to call it, Indy. You know, if we want to look at M2, technically, today's our first down day, the 13th, right? Like today's where we're supposed to be, where liquidity is supposed to be reducing. The problem is, or not the problem, the good thing for us is that at the moment we're the bell at the ball. So it doesn't matter that underlying liquidity is down. The liquidity that's available found a home in our bags. This is what it felt like when we were going through that drop on M2, but equities were running. We're like, what the hell, bro? Like, so how long it lasts is the question. But we do have reduced liquidity for the next 4 days, which means that we need to keep this concentration on crypto. Nah, I didn't hear, but right now we need all the good catalysts we can. Right? We don't want to fizzle out, sentiment wise.
They're just little vector gaps, nothing big. Let's go.
Yeah, this has been so crazy. It made me forget where I TP'd on Bitcoin earlier. Was it 92.7? It was when Dbloc was when before you got off, before you came back on. Where is it at? Target 5? No. Yeah. Yep. Down there, 92.4.
It sucks.
Well, not really. I was at 89. I came from 89 at 400x.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. I did good. What sucked for me is they wouldn't let me get my short in. They kept on playing games. Although I might be getting another shot again at 99.
Yeah, we're playing the short lit game right now. Market maker is gonna try to farm as many short liquidations as possible. Let's see if he's effective. Be careful being super aggressive at these tops, yo.
Yeah, I'm taking little paper cuts. But now I know how cheesy he is, so what I'll do is I'm gonna put one up real high, just in case. Like at 105 or something.
Market maker will be working overtime to recover some of these imbalances, which is why I say we need the sentiment to keep up. But remember, it's not going to be very cheap for him to go down right now with people FOMOing. Meaning every drop, it'll probably be met with buys.
It's interesting because, like, me personally, I have like no feeling of FOMO whatsoever.
Well, you don't FOMO when you're in position. You FOMO when you're not in position. People that didn't
Well,
catch
not in
80
position.
or 83 or 84. Yeah, but you took profit already. There's no FOMO there.
Yeah.
And you were in a trade. But people who kept waiting for a bigger drop and a bigger drop, you know, eventually they have to capitulate higher.
Okay.
Like everybody has a point that you're like, okay, damn, okay, I guess I was wrong. This is just gonna keep going up. Problem is that usually that's the point where you give in, buy, and then it retraces.
Word.
Dude, that's not a good trader.
Just people that wait for, they want to feel good about the buy. You don't get, this is crypto. You don't get to feel good about the buy. You're supposed to be terrified. Supposed to be terrified, sweating, anxious, bubble guts. That's when you buy. You don't buy when everything's warm and everybody outside is like, hey, bull market.
I kind of got bubble guts right now.
Terrifying. The right entry is terrifying, bro.
Yeah, bro, you ain't kidding.
Now, once you become a robot and you do this for a while, then you do get euphoric at those entries, right? You're like, oh, this is great. Look at the blood. But when you first start, it's one of the scariest things in the world to buy the bottom of a massive red candle that came out of nowhere. It feels a lot better to like buy once the chart looks like this, you know? You're like, oh, we're going up.
Did anybody get the TP at 96,800 on the dot? That was a pretty impossible task.
There was no real target right there. The only target we had was a little bit lower at highest target we had was that 95.1. But yeah, I'm sure somebody, once you start
Well, they
seeing
got
that
all
rocket
1
ship like
second.
that, that's exactly what you want to sell into. If you have a big enough bag, these are the only kind of candles that you can sell your entire bag into without getting crazy slippage, right? Because the amount of buys are so big. But you have to take advantage of candles like that. When you're playing with a really, really big bag, you can't afford to TP the very top without wrecking yourself. But you start to TP into this aggression.
I see. So that's him there as they pumped it up while setting shorts.
We know how this runs. We'll just play the 50 EMA fight all the way down. If it breaks on the 1, then we'll track it down to the 5. But right now, market maker motivations are down unless our bears get aggressive, and then they'll just take that cheap money. Portfolio is looking really nice right now.
TP time.
I'm definitely moving stops way up.
Oh, yeah. Just in case they want to sneak another pump in, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna just milk this thing until it's done, bro. I'm not panicked by it. We were expecting it. I feel like I know what comes next. So this is one of those things where, it feels like you're on a vacation. You're on like a week-long vacation, and then now you got to like day 4, and you're starting to realize like, oh shit, like it's getting close. Like you're still having fun. There's still shit to do. You're still excited, but you're starting to get that feeling like, yeah, it's getting close. Need to enjoy every one of these pumps before vacation's over. Relatively well behaved on the bear side, I would say. We've seen them be way more aggressive than this, right, in the past. I'm sure there's still a lot of licking of wounds, right, because it wasn't a good day for the Bears. So I don't know how aggressive they're going to be feeling after that ass whooping, but
Damn.
everybody get their daily report from AI today, from Cipherbot. I wonder what their take is on it. Let's see.
I see some pro bears there with them 100Xs right on top of that type 2 entry on that short.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing them pop up, right? They're starting to pop up more. The clusters is when they really start to get aggressive, right? So you see these clusters of short lines. These guys they're piling in now. Before confirmation of the break of the 50.
I wanted to come up through them so I can get my shot in.
Our first sign of bearish momentum will be our 13 crossing the 50 EMA. Right? We will officially have bearish momentum on the 1 minute. Remember, we're on the 1 minute chart here, yo.
I'm an evil bear. I want to
Fear
close
is still
down.
at 27 right now.
Damn, that's it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works out, Indy. $350 million in short positions were nuked in that move just to 92.8.
Not me. Because I couldn't even get in. They went up so damn fast.
Cipherbot's on point, bro. On balance volume is beginning to curl up, suggesting spot buyers are finally stepping in after a 1.5 month defensive posture.
Boy, they're kind of light.
Despite the bounce to 93K, prediction markets like Polymarket and Kalshi have seen Bitcoin 100K in January. Probability collapse from 80% to 28%. This suggests that while we're in a relief rally, the smart money expects heavy resistance at the 6-figure mark. They're not wrong. The current cramped cage between 90 and 95 is a battle of attrition. The bullish case relies on a clean break above the 50 EMA. Yeah, this shit is on point. I'm not gonna hold you. And I know I get it, like I've been training it and I fed it, but I'm not telling it what to say. BTC can flip that level of support. The path to 150K by late 2026 remains structurally sound. This shit sounds like me. However, the deteriorating CVD warns that this move is largely driven by liquidations rather than aggressive new spot demand. 100%. It's just an AI agent, Diaries. Right? It's a Cipherbot AI agent. Help you with news, help you do some research, help you keep track of your portfolio. This is not something we're giving money to trade for us. You know, it's still a baby. It's still a baby, and I'm still training it every single day. So, research only.
How's our forearm doing?
Oh shit! Hold on, someone's knocking on my door. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
94K.
All right, 50% of this vector range gives us our 50 EMA. We've already lost bullish momentum on the 1 minute. We're going to watch that roll over to the 5. Let's see how much of this vector gap we take.
Yo, dad,
That is
what's up?
not my baby.
Come on. Did we get rejected or that bearish flag you had on the larger time frame? What happened to that thing?
Yeah, we're if we look at the macro, we've broken out of the range, that range that we were in, we were stuck in. Right? We saved falling out of this last night. It was beautiful. But we haven't popped out yet. We did pop out of that W. Yeah. A horrible type 3 trade to take. I hope nobody took this breakout, but yeah, that would bring in your type 3 traders. Now we're looking to see where our retracement is going to be to. As long as it doesn't come down too low, we can pick up some type 4 traders and continue our move. But our original W from down here, we hit that. Well, did we? No, we didn't actually. 96.8.
Yeah, we hit that on Binance.
But it looks a lot better than it did yesterday. So yeah, we probably did on a couple exchanges. This red box up here, right, this is my target, my top targets. 108 at the top, 98 at the bottom. If we can pass this range and hold support above it, then we can start going back to our original targets. ATH and 150, 126 and 150. But only after. We can't. It's irresponsible to even think about that until we're done with this area here. But look, right on the day of our second relief rally from our second bull market, but it popped off. Interesting.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Got to retest the 50 here on the 1 minute. Make sure that we met that break. Keep your eye on these guys. They start to get aggressive. Look at this move from 90 to 96. All right, so if we go back to, let's go to the macro a little bit here. All right, that's the W that we've been building. That's the accumulation range that we've been in. And this is, like I was saying, them letting off at the top. That measured move brings us to 180. I should probably put some $97.5. $104. And then 108. So getting above 108, right? While it would be a prize for us, there's tons of resistance on the way up. But it's not like it's an automatic just because we get above 108. But until we get above 108, it's not worth entertaining the idea just yet. Looks good though. Let's keep an eye on manipulation here too. Then we'll just replace the 50 EMA with our dots. I don't know what the metals do. Not bad. I mean, not huge days, right? But that rotation. Oof! Look at aluminum. Nobody's talking about aluminum, bro. Nobody's talking about silver and gold, and aluminum is just slowly rocking. Look at gold. Gold BTC. Big gap down and then a big pop. Gaps fill. Yeah, silver short is super sketchy. I feel you. I understand why you would want to short it, but it's so sketchy. That's the hope, brother. That's the hope. The problem is that I expect metals to stay in the super cycle, which means I expect for metals to top out after we do. So unless it's just a rotational play, right, like gold and silver have a big drawback, and then that money temporarily comes into crypto and then goes back to metals. Guys, it's important for you to develop targets that obviously we've got TA, right, and we look at measured moves and shit like that, but develop targets that you're comfortable with, meaning if this gets to this price, I'm happy taking it. Because if not, you're just gonna keep wanting more and more, you know what I mean? Like, have a point in your mind where if we get here, I'm good. There's our first manipulation X. They're going for these licks. When I first did my analysis for where the dead cat bounce would end, right? My bear case at 98, most people were like, "Oh my god, what's 98? I'd be ecstatic to get 98." Are you shitting me? You think we could really get to 98? Like that, you know, like that was the majority of what I was hearing. And now I feel like I say 98 and I'm peeing in somebody's Kool-Aid. Like, and then people who are happy with 108, once we get to 108, it won't feel the same. So I'm saying develop these targets when you're sober-minded. Because when euphoria starts to kick in and greed starts to kick in, you can't count on your brain to develop targets at that point. Right? Develop the targets when it's low and when you're sober and you're looking at things clearly. And then try as hard as you can to stick to those targets when you feel euphoric. Take a closer look at Dom. So, our old friend. Look, this is why you don't ever erase anything from your charts. You see all the alt season? Question mark? These are all the times that Dom took a really big drop and alt started to go crazy and everybody was like, this is definitely alt season. No, this is definitely alt season. And then finally the big one was like, nah, all right. There's no way in hell that this is not alt season now. We all got bamboozled. Yeah. I should put another one down here for everybody telling me that this is alt season now. So, what will Dom do? I can't lie and say that this looks amazing for alts. If this was an asset that we were trading long, we'd be getting into type 2 entries to go long here, wouldn't we? Right, we'd be paying attention to this bearish channel for sure. Right, this still has a possibility of breaking. This is best case scenario. Right, that would bring us down to 53% dominance. But would we be ignoring that massive W that's sort of perking up there? I mean, not really. I know I'd be watching it. We would have a fractal W at this point, right? Where we're looking at this big one, but then we're looking at this smaller one here that's starting to form out. Again, take patterns when it comes to Dom with a grain of salt, because there's too many variables. It's not like a tradable asset with an order book. But right, that still doesn't make me feel great about the drop, which means we need to take out these lows basically. Swing down, take out these lows, break some structure. This is on the daily. If we go back to the 15-minute, then what we're talking about is invalidating this W structure. Right? We need that to continue to collapse and start taking out these lows. As that happens, alts will be, running very nicely. So that's where we're at. Looks like we're getting a continuation here. Try to hold up, starting to roll over. Bearish channel. Starting to break. It's on its retest now.
Does it mean anything that it's the first green vector candle on a daily since July?
I mean,
I'm just
yeah.
like,
Yeah. It means it's the first real inflow of capital within a 24-hour period. Cipherbot was saying that for the first time in 1.5 months, seeing real evidence of spot buyers stepping in. I'm not sure, Rocky. Some of these coins are just decorrelated. You know what I mean? I personally don't see that as a good thing. I think if your alt didn't move today, I would be worried, like very worried.
I mean, does it mean if it goes down that it's moving, so it's okay?
Well, if it went down while everything went up, I'd be more than worried. Be very concerned at that point. But yeah, I try not, Justin Sun is kind of like CZ, right? Like I don't like to bet against those guys. I don't like to invest in Sun, although Tron has outperformed Bitcoin steady for the past. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I just don't like Justin Sun, bro. I was here for all that messiness. Everybody else seems to though. Like I'm alone on that, right? The rest of the world, especially Asia. So I wouldn't necessarily count them out. I don't like. There's a couple of people I don't like to bet against. Elon, DZ, Justin Sun. Just stay away.
Yeah, man. I don't really buy Tron, but I'm not gonna short it either.
The thing is that most people don't buy Tron, but they use it. It's used so heavily.
Yeah, I've used it before. Like people send me that all the time and I just sell it. But like I'm like it's like, dude, okay, so send me this because it's probably just gonna go up. And then like, so they might have bought it low, it went up, and then I get it, and then I hold it for a minute and it goes up more, and then I sell it off. And it's like, everybody ends up with more money.
Yeah, Madman. Oh, so it's like a hold. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's just utility, bro. It's got a ton of use case, and it's got a massive market. Sort of like BNB, right? Like people hold BNB for cheaper fees. So it's like a forced hold. And as long as their market is big enough, that's not bad. Man, and if you stake it, you get free transactions and around 7% staking. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, bro, a lot of people like it. There's got to be a reason for it. There's just so many things to trade for me that if I don't like the guy behind it, I just kind of stay away. No, that's the one impressive thing. Yeah. When you compare it to, I mean, it's honestly one of the only things that's kept up with Bitcoin for the past 8 years as far as returns. And in some cases, it outdid it. Or what was it, like 6 years?
On the I just happen to have this up, but on the CME futures chart, there's a 1 hour gap in the last hour. So there's actually a CME gap right now.
Intraday gaps.
Yeah. It's just crazy that I actually had it up today and I clicked on it and it's
If you do your daily report on Cipherbot, it'll let you know. I trained it to look for CME gaps and to give you percentages of distance away and percentages of it closing or not. It's been all right. It's been pretty accurate. The only thing that I'm telling you that I've noticed is that the EMAs don't refresh as fast as I would like on the report. But they do have links where you can go to.
I got you.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say? They have a link? What? Sorry.
There's a link by the EMAs that takes you to into the cryptoverse to the actual EMA itself, so you can see if it's correct or not.
Oh,
That's the only way I could figure out to sort of cover for that. But that's easy. That's just glancing at your screen. You can see where your EMA is. Still haven't retested this 50 on the 1 minute. We go to the 5 minute, you'll see that we're getting closer to our 50 EMA. That's at about half point. Right. So if this is going to remain super bullish, we only recover half of the vectors, and that would be our 50 EMA. If that breaks, then our bearish momentum rotates into the 5 minute. But right now we're watching it on the 1. We're watching the retest. This fight that we're watching will occur on every time frame. This is the basis for mean reversion strategy. We just get to see it play out faster on the 1 minute. I need to go back and watch it, Neve. I was thinking that earlier. I need to run a replay once everything calms down.
Hey, Dbloc, when you get a chance, can you check out that beat token? And
Beat? Yeah.
help me decide if it, help me decide if it hit that golden pocket or not.
Let's see if we can reclaim this bullish momentum here. All right. Let's see.
Hello, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
I'm fine. Been a long time. I just have a quick question, and maybe a dub, but how do I get your the cipher? How do I find the bot, the
Oh,
IE?
yeah. Go to scroll all the way down and look on the left side, and it'll be in a section called AI bots.
Oh,
If you don't see it there, then scroll all the way up to the top and go to browse channels. And then in the search bar, just put in Cypher and you'll see it.
He doesn't have the cipher role.
Okay. Yeah, you would need to get the family role.
Okay.
Right underneath rules, it says Cypher family role, and then that'll send you to the link.
So,
That's the $50 one-time fee. That's so you can get your
okay.
yellow tag.
Okay, I understand. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
No problem, brother. All right. It looks like the bears got attention of people that you don't want attention from.
Yeah, you don't want to smoke bears.
You guys might be in danger. Good night, H. Now, same as we did on the way down until that 13 EMA crosses the 50. You still don't have bullish momentum here. They're going for it. Danger. You're in danger. You think this guy with his liquidation right here, you think he's looking at the same chart we're looking at? And
Definitely
just
not.
and just like
Oh.
gangster, like whatever, yo. I dare you. Take me out.
Does
Stopping
the stop
volume
loss show
candle.
up as a red line too, or is it a full
No,
liquidation?
it's just the liquidation level. Sometimes you'll see the as price moves up, you'll see the liquidation disappear, and that usually means a stop got hit, right? Or they like manually just like cheated out, but usually means a stop loss got hit. What's crazy is when you look at how rare it is to see a line disappear. Now remember, each line isn't just one specific trade; it's how many liquidations are sitting at that price point. So it is possible that one or two traders left, right? It just wasn't enough to make the line disappear, right? There's still enough liquidations there from somebody else that happens to be at the same price point. It's all about the slippage on the order book, Rocky. Right? There's orders that sit on the order book at every price point. Right? So let's say there's 5 Bitcoin there, 5 there, another 5 there, 1 there, 3 there, 4 there, 7 there, whatever. Somebody buys 15 Bitcoin, you'll slip to the book, right? To 95. You'll take those 3-5 buy orders, right? With the slippage. Somebody buys 50 Bitcoin, it'll slip the entire book. Right? It depends where the orders are and how much comes in from aggressive buyers. These orders on the book are passive, right? On the book, there's people saying, I want to buy at this level, I want to buy at this level. There's people saying, I want to sell at this level, I want to sell at this level. These guys here say, I want to buy from you at that level, or I'm going to sell to you at that level, right? Passive orders don't move price. Aggressive orders that come from the tape, they're the ones that attack the orders on the book. So the book could be full of people that want to buy and sell. But if there's no aggressive buyers or sellers, then the price doesn't move through the book. Right? And the action of the price moving up through the book, right, moves the candle like that. If there was no time, when you look at the order book runs like this. Up and down through price, right? Because charting candles show us what the order book did over time, then we get patterns. This is a super oversimplified explanation, but still haven't confirmed bullish momentum here. Price only moves when traders settle for buying at a higher price or selling at a lower price. That's how price moves. When you see candles go up like this, what you're seeing is traders decide that they're willing to buy at a higher and higher price, right? Capitulating to buying at a higher price. If not, the book would just stay flat. And every one of these black orders that you see found a partner on the book in one single order, meaning they didn't have to move. The order book didn't move. This guy bought from this guy, price stays exactly the same. Right? The red delta shows that they had to move down through the order book and fill several orders to fill their order, which moves price down. Green delta is the opposite. Right? So the only thing that really moves price are the red and green deltas. That's why sometimes when we see the entire tape go black and I'm like, what the hell? Like we're just literally flat. But the short answer, Rocky, is that people want to pay a higher price because they think it's going to go higher. And people settle for selling at a lower price because they think it's going to go lower. Our 13 crossed the 50. We need one candle of confirmation. And then we'll have bullish momentum back on the 1 minute. Order book liquidity is at 111 mil. That means 111 mil buys the book. Right? Buys every order on the book. Every standing order on the book, basically. It's pretty thin. We've confirmed bullish momentum flip on the 1 minute. Yeah, that's somebody that needs to start it are the people that are buying aggressively on market. Right, that's the volume. That spark is the volume. Without aggressive buyers and sellers, price doesn't move. market maker fills the gaps in the book. Right? We come in and we say we want to buy at this price, we want to sell at this price, whatever. But there'll be huge gaps in the book, right? Where if one person, like let's say there's nobody that wants to sell a Bitcoin until 96.2. Let's say the book is completely empty. That means the next person to buy a Bitcoin slips the order book to 96.2. Market maker's job is to keep imbalances to a minimum. So market maker fills all the orders in between there. Decides to fill or not to fill. He'll come in as the aggressive buyer or the aggressive seller. Now, when he wants this, when they want price to slip, right? Like when they're trying to fill vectors, then they thin out the order book. So from what we just learned about order books, you can see how being able to control whether it's thin or thick controls how fast price can move in one direction or the other. Being able to control sentiment with patterns controls what direction retail is going to want to move in. So if you can control the direction of the movement and you can control the speed of the movement by thinning out the order book, then you basically got full control over price, unless so much liquidity comes in that you're not needed to fill the order book anymore, and the order book is filled with real orders, and the aggressive buyers and sellers that are coming in are real aggressive buyers and sellers. That's how you take power away from the market maker. If your job is to provide liquidity and liquidity isn't needed, then you don't have the same pull that you do in an environment where it's like low liquidity. That's when we talk about whales being in control. When market makers are in control, they're providing the liquidity. When whales are in control, they're providing the liquidity. Their motivations are completely different. Let me look at near. I mean, what was it? Not near. You wanted to look at what was it? It's on the tip of my tongue.
It was beat.
Beat.
B-E-A-T.
Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure, coach.
I was just
Put me in
telling
the game,
myself the
coach.
whole time I was talking, I was like, don't forget about beat, and then I forgot about beat. Damn. It's a good name for what happened to this thing.
Sheesh.
Beat got more than beat. Beat got hands and feet put on it. Got dragged. I mean, you've got a bit of an uptrend going. Not that much in the way of structure. Plenty of vectors, though. Maybe you can form something nice here. Come up, grab this vector, and then put in like a type 2 or something. But what did it do today? How much is it up from the bottom? It's right around where everything else is. Yeah, I mean, it could do something nice here. I just don't like I don't like the rest of this chart. It's really bad. Like that's really bad. So unless there's something fundamental going on with it, because I don't know too much about the project, but there would have to be something fundamental going on here to make me risk it for the biscuit. Let's get rid of all of these. Second. So golden pockets at like 30. God, this would have been so clean if it just held on that support and that 0.5. Like, this sort of ruined this chart for me right here. But you're at support. I don't know. Just be careful. You're gonna play it on low time frames and watch that uptrend. Yeah, ETH looks good here. Sure. So far, my little dinosaur portfolio has been outperforming. As soon as I set this up, I'll show you what our risks are here currently, but I'm sure you can already see it. So what we're worried about here on alts is that gap. Right? This gap in the VPVR here. We're already falling through it on Sol. Sui's got a pretty nasty one. And Link has one that comes down all the way to like 13.7. Right, so a Bitcoin consolidation with Dom dropping lets us continue on alts. If Dom recovers and Bitcoin retraces a bit, we should come down through these gaps. LTC is a little different because it's been pumping slowly. It didn't really do anything parabolic. So it didn't leave huge gaps behind. And ETH didn't either, actually. But ETH does have vectors down to 3.2. I appreciate that, Albert. Nah, y'all are the shit, bro. Trust me, I've been in I cruise through other live chats and way different. The vibe is totally different. So much trolling and shit. Not to mention the TA is usually garbage too, but we won't throw stones.
Trash TA. I feel like most of the time it's not even TA. It's just like what you want to hear. I don't know.
I don't know. It don't even be that either. Because I mean, I guarantee. Listen, I'm not even gonna put a name on it, but I know there's a group that was screaming super cycle at 126, screaming bear market at 80. We're going to 40, and then now they're screaming super cycle again. And it's like, I mean, I get it, right? These groups are really big. So if you lose 30% of your viewers because you said some stupid shit, you gain 30% back within the next couple weeks, and they weren't even here for that call. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because somebody played with my money like that. And again, everybody's responsible for their own decisions. But if you're just consistently wrong, and like not just wrong, but loud about it too. Like wrong is one thing, loud is another thing. Wrong and loud is crazy work. Like you put them together, it's like, whoa.
You gotta ask yourself why people listen to these people.
Sometimes it's personality, bro. Sometimes people just find somebody they click with. Or I don't know, bro. I mean, I think I'm pretty cool. I also think that would mean absolutely nothing if I was consistently wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, dude. Yeah, that wouldn't be.
They're like, yeah, I mean, cool. Yeah, I want to go have a beer with him, but I don't think I'm gonna sit there and watch TA. And it's not about being right or wrong. It's about being able to pivot. Like that's the part that gets me. Everybody can be wrong. I'll be wrong a million times. I've been wrong a million
Right.
times. But it's the ability to pivot when you know you're wrong and not let that ego sort of kick in where you're like, nah, I said this and this is what's gonna happen because I said this.
Is anybody calling for something crazy right now? Have you seen?
I mean, it's just a
Like, oh,
typical
we're going to 200.
it's the typical thing, yeah. People who didn't think we would get to 98 are now saying we're definitely gonna break 100.
Right.
And it's not that they're wrong, right? It's the definitely part that gets me. Like, where does this confidence come from?
I felt like I
Trust
would
me.
say that to my
Trust me, bro.
friends, but like not to an audience.
Yeah, the learning never stops, Albert. The learning never stops at any level. That's probably the one thing that I could say that I've seen happen in the past that I guess is easy to avoid if you're aware that it's a possibility is stay teachable for as long as possible. Like you come in and you don't know shit and then you start to learn shit and you start to be profitable. A lot of people stop right there. I got a strategy, it's profitable, I know what I'm doing now, and boom, they just go and start teaching people and shit. And it's like just stay teachable because like I learned brand new things during this bull market. Plenty of them. Right? There's new things that happen that have never happened before. But just don't be so sure you've got everything figured out. Right? Stay curious.
Check out the fear and greed.
Is it still low?
You'll be shocked.
Like 27 or some shit, right?
No, double of that.
Let me see. Oh. Okay. We got our click up today. Yeah, we were at 27, 26 yesterday. Damn. Not so fast, guys. Come on. We gotta control ourselves. 3 more days like this and we'll be in euphoria, y'all. We gotta chill out. Went from extreme fear to neutral. Skipped right over fear. Mozzie. I got you, bro. Yeah, on the other side of this dead cat, once we know for sure what's going on here with the rest of this year, we're definitely gonna start Cypher School. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's also gonna give me a chance to record it so that I won't have to answer the same questions 10,000 times during the next run. You know what I mean? We'll have content to point people in the direction of.
When's that start?
At the other side of the dead cat bounce. Once we go into capitulation, I just want to be sure of the direction for the next 6 months. You know what I mean? Things get a little bit more chill then.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We were lucky enough to be able to hear it 100,000 times, so it really sunk in.
Yeah,
We're
that's
the only generation that had that.
that's true. That is true when you think about it. Because I mean, hopefully, and I don't mind doing it, and I'll probably still do it anyways. I'm probably still gonna repeat myself a billion times. But yeah, you guys that were here before we had recorded content got like a crash course for real. I'm tired of hearing me say the same shit over and over.
Buried in my subconscious. It's trained my subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
If only I could actually utilize it, that would be amazing. Become a good trader.
Have you played with the bot yet?
No, I've been super busy, but I want to. Where is it?
It's it's got its own section at the bottom, AI bots.
Okay. I'll check it out. I'll check it out right now. I have a second.
Yeah, take your time. I just want to get everybody's opinion so we can fine tune it.
Is it like a computer? I mean, I'm pretty much always on the computer, but I don't have Discord on my computer. So would this be like a computer thing, or is it
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a?
no, there's a link. It's Gemini, so you can. It's based off Gemini. The link is in there. The bot doesn't live there. It's just the link. You click the
Is it
link
the
and then.
market analysis bot, Dbloc?
Nah, Cipherbot, the one right above it.
Got you. You sent a message out the other day, did you not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure that was you, not the fake Dbloc.
Nah.
Yeah,
I
dude.
send it. The only
I thought
body
the
that
same
can,
thing.
if it's a message to everybody, only I can send it. So.
Yeah, I thought that was a C block.
Nah, that was funny because it wrote like I did the first paragraph and then I told it to introduce itself. So it wrote the second half.
Okay. Whole C block.
Yeah. He's like a little baby.
Yeah.
Like right here. This is the think of me as your 24/7 market navigator who doesn't need to sleep, coffee, or a therapist to handle a 20% drawdown. Been brought into the circle to serve as your eyes and ears when the market decides to get weird. Give you some insights into the person leading this community. Your founder has a surgical, borderline obsessive approach. That's true. The 4-year cycle, while the rest of the world is screaming moon and doom, they're preaching caution, calculating major pivots. I've been programmed to mirror that intellectual honesty, though I'm arguably a bit better at math. Yeah, we shared that in confidence, bro. You weren't supposed to tell everybody about my math problems. And slightly less aggressive. He gets mean during trading. Help. Kidding. He's not lying either, yo. I am ruthless in training. Here's what I bring to the table. The Cypher report, I can drop a full 8-section briefing on command, including CME gaps, whale moves, and our exclusive BTC 4-year cycle, where are you now analysis. That's important. Every single report will update you on where we are from now till the bottom of the bear market, right? So short squeeze hunting, I track the top 20 like a hawk. Bears are getting over leveraged on Monero XRP. I'll tell you exactly where the fuse is lit. Live Scout Precision, blah, 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 blah. I don't talk to just anyone to access my brain. Start running your own reports. Make sure you have the Cypher family Discord role. Once you're officially locked in, go down to the premium section, blah, blah, blah. Pretty cool. And then when you come down to, you come down over here on the left, this is where it is, Cipherbot. And then this whole thing, it wrote too. Crypto Cypher AI, your high signal market oracle and resident digital brain. I was brought into existence by our fearless leader and dad, Dbloc. He's glazing right now. To feed you the data that you actually need without the fluff. What can I do? I can track the big three, watch CME like a hawk, scan ETF flows, blah, blah, blah. This is the important part, the catch. I'm in a state of ongoing learning. I'm basically a genius toddler with access to a Bloomberg terminal and Dbloc's brain. Sometimes it's scary accurate, and other times I might hallucinate a $1 million Bitcoin price by Tuesday. We need your help to sharpen our circuits. Ask me for reports, post screenshots. Said praise or roast. If I have a legendary call, tell the world. If I glitch out, complain loudly so Dbloc can fix my brain.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He got some humor to it.
So you're using Google Gemini with this bot?
Yeah. I had built it off of Gemini, Gem.
So you click on the link, the gemini.google.com.
Yeah, if you just click on that link right there, it'll take you right to the, right to the
There we go. See, it didn't pop up. It didn't pop up when I just clicked on it.
Yeah.
Now it's.
If you just ask it for a report, say like, give me a report, it'll give you that full standardized report. And then you can ask it to deep dive anything, or you can ask it whatever you want on your own too.
Okay.
I built an AI, but I had to stop talking to him because we were getting too close.
No, it's for
I like
family
this.
role, Andreas. You have to have your yellow tag. We're trying to get everybody flipped over to the yellow tag anyways, because we need to cut down on the scammers, and there's still people that got in for free early on, right before the role was established, and we're trying to siphon them out slowly.
Interesting.
Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, if you're in and you got your yellow tag, if your name is yellow in the Discord, then you got full access. It'll be down in the premium section. And I'm gonna go adding more things, right? Like I'm just trying to add value, yeah. I know $50 isn't a lot one-time fee, way less than other groups, but I still feel like I need to continue to add value.
That's what's up. That's cool. I like this.
Eventually, you know, price will go up, obviously. Probably next bull market price will go up. Just to try to keep the group manageable so there's not too many people.
Net outflows, inflows. Yeah, this is cool. I like that. Yeah, I have to mess around with this.
I made sure it lets you know about CMEs at all time. I made sure it lets you know where we're at in the cycle at all time, the ETF outflows. I also made sure that it only gives you news that has like actionable intelligence in it. Like I don't want to hear every single crypto news. I need to know something that's going to affect a risk asset where I can actually long or short it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So part of the report at the bottom is like 3 points of action, like things that you can actually do based off of.
So like you could just go in and just ask, like for CME gaps, you would just put like CME gaps.
Yeah, if you just go in and put report, part of the report is automatically going to be the CME gaps. But if you want to ask about them specifically,
I missed that part when I scrolled through it.
Yeah, if you want to ask about them specifically, then you can. You got to scroll down, Tommy, on the right side of the Discord to where it says AI bots. If not, you can go to where it says browse channels and search for Cipherbot.
CME gap watch, BTC 1, gap 1, 90% fill probability, gap 2, 75. This is cool. Yeah.
It's a good starting point, right? Like remember, he says like a genius toddler. And training them up and getting them to pay attention to the right things and ignore other things was probably the hardest part. But it's crazy how quick AI learns, bro. Like I thought this would be a lot more difficult. And there's a couple times I've had to go back and forth with it. It's not just like a yes man, right? I'm like, nah, this is more important. And they're like, well, this report says, and then like I literally have to sit there and reason with it and be like, no, look, this is why.
Wants to bow to you almost, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's like somebody in the Discord, right? Like somebody new coming in that was taught a certain way and is hearing things it's not used to hearing. You know what I mean? It has like some pushback. It was interesting.
So what are you thinking on this Dbloc? Like, so we've kind of made this move that you talked about as far as our false move up. You think we're going to run more from here and not come back some?
Yeah, I mean, we invalidated that 3-day retracement with this move up. Our invalidation was down here.
Yeah.
Right? We said if we put in that new high. So right now we're trading by momentum, right? That's why I'm like zoomed in and just playing the EMAs at this point. Seems to me like they're gonna want to come grab this. They could have easily swept Vector already. Sitting up here for this long, it just feels like they're harvesting. They're trying to harvest short liquidations. The family roll for the bot. The friend roll still has the 4-year cycle indicator and red dot, green dot indicator is still friends for now, but the bot's family. No, I know that's what you meant. Today's lesson for the bot's going to be training them up on gold and metals. What's dope about it is any change that I make, right? Anything that it learns or anything where I'm like, okay, I need you to add this to the report, whatever. Like it automatically just does it for all the links in real time. Just thinking about how much work this would have been without AI before. Just to put together a knowledge base, like a sort of library, searchable library sort of thing. My hope for it, my only hope for it really is that it gets people a little bit more used to researching as part of their trading day. There's some days where I spend more time researching than I spend in a trade. While all of this is happening, our 50 EMA on the 5-minute is getting closer. Remember earlier when we were looking at this, it was sitting at halfway, right? So there are times where, remember we talk about mean reversion price coming back to the EMAs. There's times where the consolidation sideways is meant to give time for the EMA to come up to price. Right? So we have to go way low. I mean, we have to go way shallower now just to hit that 50 at 95 instead of having to come all the way down to 94.5. This could be where these guys get wrecked. So we'll watch this closely. Dom is dropping off a cliff here. Need that. That bearish flag we were looking at. We can shrink this vector down to here. Yeah, this looks bullish, guys. The 5-minute, really bullish.
Dang, my alt, it pumps, but then it like 105% retreats.
What were you trading? Deep?
Yeah.
Oh no. So we did so well. Why is Deep not holding its own? I don't get it.
Well, it's holding a nickel right now. It pumped like 30% before Sui though. Maybe it already did its thing, and now Sui's doing its thing separately. I'm not sure.
One thing deep holders love to do is take profits. I'll tell you that much. They do not hesitate. Like reminds me a little bit like Doge. Like it'll pump hard, but you can kind of count on it.
Sometimes.
Yeah, the gaps in between the sessions spike. Not that the markets are closed, but market makers aren't on duty. Between Asia and UK, and then the gap between UK and US. And the biggest gap is the gap between US and Asia. That's when whales play. If the whales are out, that's when they tend to make their moves. When liquidity providers are running on algos, it's easier to overwhelm them, right? Because they have a set sort of limit. when market makers are on duty, they can just hit the gas if they want. You know, it's more difficult. There's always somebody on duty, right? You're just talking about the turnover, right? Basically the turnover between sessions. U.S. market makers have people working in Asian hours and UK hours. Right? Asian market makers have market makers working UK hours and Asian hours. Just the turnover. Like they definitely have offices in New York, offices in London, offices in Hong Kong. I can't wait to get my hands on it, Satoshi. Tariffs, I don't know, man. The tariffs are deemed illegal, then Trump is going to have to pay out a bunch of money. That money's going to come out of the TGA. That's going to have to get refilled by the reverse repo, which means there'll be no bank deposits for a couple weeks from reverse repo or from the TGA. So it means like a bit of a liquidity suck for us. If the vote goes in his favor, then there might be some relief from people expecting low liquidity, and you know you'll get the opposite sort of effect. Be bullish. But the crazy part is that it really doesn't affect crypto directly. Right? There's no tariffs on Bitcoin. But the people that buy Bitcoin also buy other shit which is tariffed, and you know, own companies which are being tariffed. Yeah, they did kick it down the road. I'm not sure what the next date is. What I'm really focused on now is getting my hands on that clarity bill. Getting some clarity on clarity.
AD, I went through the app and my name doesn't change. Is there another thing I have to do?
What do you mean it doesn't change? Like you didn't get the yellow?
Yeah.
Just show me a screenshot. Just go to the WAP to where you paid and send me a screenshot, and then I'll send you the link. It should have done it automatically though. I'll take care of it. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Just send me a DM, bro. We'll figure it out. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
My liquidations were above that stopping volume candle on the 5-minute would make me very nervous. Yeah, I mean, clearing the top side would be cool. The problem is that if the bears keep aggressively shorting, it's not going to stay clear for long. Right, we'll just do the same thing again. We'll sweep these, come down and flag out.
What do you think about ETH, Dbloc? You've been taking a look at ETH?
Yeah, it looks good. Slowly
It's
building.
pretty strong.
This would be the perfect break of this bull flag, by the way, yo. Where these things work, range, hold 50 signals the intention to break. Whether that's a bull flag or a bear flag. Like I said, if my liquidations were above, that stopping volume candle on the 5-minute would have made me very nervous. For continuation, I would expect bears to keep attacking until they get exhausted. Right, pushing us up probably into that 98, 50 EMA retest. I'm going to tell you guys right now, that rejection off of that 50 EMA retest is going to be the sketchiest part of this whole thing. Right, this is when the bears are going to come out of the closet in a big way, and they're not going to be wrong. They're just going to be early. Meaning they're not wrong. If we reject off of that, that is a very decent dead cat bounce that you couldn't be mad at if it did capitulate and keep going down. But they'll be early because there'll be no evidence of it yet. Right? So we got to ignore them until we see the evidence, which means we see structure breakdown. Right? What we have for structure is exactly what we see. A low and then consecutive higher lows. Right? Higher highs. That's an uptrend until it's not. But they're not wrong. Right? This is our first place. So when we do hit that, and we do retrace, because we do need to put in the left side of a W if we want to get those numbers that we're looking for, that retrace is going to be the sketchiest part of this entire move. Right? Because it's going to look exactly like a bearish retest and a continuation of the trend. We're going to have to watch that super, super close and not let our emotions get the best of us.
Hey, I know you can't predict the future, man, but if you had to guess, if we go up and test that 50, how long do you think it's going to be?
I mean, it would probably be soon. It'd probably be, like I said, if the bears keep aggressively attacking here, right? Chances are we get that run. I'm having some issues with the internet right now. Give me 1 second, guys. I know chat is probably lagging. All right, I think I caught it. What I would like to see, honestly, is I would like to see that retrace before we hit the 50. Right? I would like to come back, pick up people who feel like they were left behind. That way, when we attack the 50, we attack it with more strength and we're more likely to blast through it instead of reject off of it. If we're just sweeping liquidity and this isn't spot driven buys that get us up there, the chances of rejecting are a lot higher. My bit rate is all over the place right now. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this shit. Stabilizing a little. If it keeps doing that, I'm gonna have to reset the stream. What's for dinner tonight? Don't forget to eat. I know these green candles are delicious, but some of y'all haven't had anything to eat since this thing started pumping. Yeah, I'm looking at you. You know who you are.
I can only afford to eat if we get about another 5%.
I'm waiting for my TP to hit buy on that Uber Eats order. For real though, times like this are easy to get locked in, you know. So make sure you eat, make sure you stand up, stretch. Some of y'all been glued to that chair for the past 5 hours easy. Get some blood flowing to the brain. You're gonna need it here. Italian sounds good. You could come back down and hit 50% of this flag to retest the 50 itself and still be bullish here. You still don't have a clean test of that 50 EMA on the 5-minute. You see how that EMA's worked itself all the way up from halfway when we first started looking at it? That's one of the important things to remember about mean reversion. Price will revert to the mean at some point, right? 50 EMA and price will consolidate together at some point once the market looks for fair value. It does not mean that price has to come down to the EMA. Right? Consolidations, the reason that they're bullish is because they allow the EMA to come up and test price without price having to come down, and then you get your continuation. Right? So price didn't continue until the mean reversion, but the mean reversion happened on the EMA side, not the price side. Like gives it ground pounce off of basically, right? Nice. Guns came down to the retracement we were looking for. And starting to cook again. Pretty dead on.
Dbloc, you doing this on leverage?
No.
You're just accumulating?
Yeah, just spot. Not gonna lie, I've been on one. Knock on wood.
With gun, or you just mean in general?
In general, bro.
Yeah.
I've been dialed in.
Coach, you've been dialed in for at least a year, cause that's as long as I
I
known you.
need a vacation, bro. I'm not gonna lie. At the
Yeah.
other end of this dead cat bounce, there's gonna be some chill time for sure.
You said that about the bear market. I mean, I know we just got here in dead cow bounce. Don't get me wrong, I understand.
Yeah.
It's just like, gotta delay. Don't forget, Coach, this year's about you, cuz.
Damn right. That's a fact. My selfish year.
You think you're capable of being selfish? Like, honestly and, like, truly selfish?
That's just not easy, bro. I've always sort
Yeah.
of been like, like the one in the family that people come to type shit.
Right.
So can I go a whole year without something happening to somebody in the fam? Probably not. Yeah. Of my crazy ass family. But my focus anyways is gonna be more on me. Last 2 cycles have been dedicated to getting everybody around me sort of set. So that when I do start to do me, there's no guilt attached. You know what I mean? All the responsibilities are taken care of.
For sure. One of the, like, kind of unique moments I had recently, just like in life, I guess, and it just like made me feel good while, like, the whole family aspect or whatever. But my grandmother, she didn't give me any money or anything. She just gave me a card for, like, my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not rich or anything, but I'm not doing too bad. But it just, like, made me feel good that she just gave me a card and, like, no money or anything.
Grandma's been giving me a card with $5 in it for the past decade.
Well, I mean, tradition is tradition.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Man,
I
I felt
mean,
bad at 20 bucks.
it's to the point where, like, for at least the last 5, like, I've been putting the money in the card, signing it for her, closing it, giving it to her, and then have her give it back to me. You know what I mean? It's funny.
Oh yeah.
This is a grandma thing. Like, grandma's always like, she was like that when I was young too. She'd run up with like $10, be like, "Yeah, don't tell your mom I gave you this."
Yeah.
So she's forever taken care of. The fact that's why she stays with me.
No,
she has
yeah, for
dementia.
sure.
It's difficult, but
Right.
those memories of being young. Bro, just treat your family good, bro. When you get old and you need them, they're gonna remember how you treated them when you were growing up. Yeah, grandma never want for anything.
And it was always like a fresh, crisp 20. It was always like almost looks like it was ironed out, like a brand new one.
That was my other grandma. One came straight from the bank, the other came from the gas station.
Now them real flat ones come from the mattress.
Yeah, right.
Or that, yeah. Shoot, that might have been the case. Come think of it.
Yeah, grandparents always just had the flattest bill somehow. It's like, where did they get this from? Mattress sounds right.
Yeah,
It's
Jake.
funny actually.
That's old G block, grandma block.
Yeah, and they all used to use their checkbooks and write everything right in there. It was all like hand done, all analog.
Grandma be looking out for y'all in chat too. Y'all just don't know it. Grandma prays for everything. I told you the other when we hit like 6,000 subs. I told her I keep a track of like everything that I do. And she looked at me dead in the face and said, "God entrusted you with 6,000 souls. Act accordingly." And I'm like, "Damn, no pressure, shit, Grandma."
She'd always pay me $10 to mow the lawn, but I'd always get a sandwich out of it after. She'd almost know that I was almost done with the lawn and start making the sandwich then. So here's $10 in your sandwich.
There's
Thanks, Grandma.
always food on the other side of Grandma favors. That's the best thing.
Oh, they were good sandwiches too. She used like little sprouts and stuff on there too, and everybody else used lettuce. She used it these little tiny sprouts are great.
That's great, Limitless. That's how my great grandma was. My great grandma died plus 110. Nobody knows exactly how old she was. She was 115 on her birth certificate. Or she was 110 on her birth certificate. But they said that back in the day, that long ago in Puerto Rico, when you were born, you didn't get your birth certificate until you were old enough to walk into the town and go to the village and all that. So none of their numbers are accurate. So she was somewhere between 110 and 115. And well into like the 104s, 105, she was cooking dinner every night. Like that's the trick, right? It's not how long do you live, it's how long do you live healthy.
Yeah, and keep using your brain. And like she was saying, she was cooking that whole time. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Like
So she just kept
everybody wants to live to 100, right? But nobody wants to be bedridden from 70 to 100. Like you want to live to 100 and then, maybe start falling apart like 95, 96, couple of bad years, and then boom, you're out,
Who was she cooking for?
Everybody, whole family. She was one of those grandmas that like, how there's the old grandma that holds the entire family together. The parts of the family that don't really hang out, but they all come together for grandma.
Yeah, the matriarch.
Yeah, big mama.
I mean, the most significant factor they found related to longevity is purpose, and it always comes down to those people that are taking care of their family for all those years or doing that thing. I mean, that's literally why I asked that question. Or
Yeah, reason for living. Yeah.
Yeah, or the person that runs the $1 billion company or whatever in late into their 90s. Like, and I know a handful of those people. So whenever I heard that, I was like, wow, that actually is incredible. And those are like the most healthy people too. They just have purpose. Dbloc, there's a coin I mentioned I've mentioned it a few times. It's a low cap. But anyway, it looks kind of like it turned around. It's called cards. I don't know. I think it'll be, if the specific space like takes off like you actually mentioned today, which I'm glad you did. That Arbitrum, or maybe I'm thinking of Immutable. Maybe I got that confused. But anyway, in this specific sector, in relationship to trading cards, and it's called cards. I mean,
There's just
anyway.
not a lot of time for specific narratives to pop. Like
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and it sounds like a decent narrative, but that's the type of narrative that retail has to come in and buy. Right? That's who would really appreciate that sort of narrative, right? Like institutions aren't gonna invest in it. So the question is, all right, so the question is, let's just assume retail comes pouring back in right now. Right? Even though it doesn't seem possible, let's assume they do. Can they buy it on Robinhood or Coinbase or crypto.com? Or do they have to learn how to use hot wallets? You get my point?
Yeah, I touched the stove, coach. My bad.
Just the timing of it, you know what I mean? It's like,
no, dude, you're so right.
Chances are we don't have enough time for that. Now, to keep it in mind, you know what I mean? See what it does during the bear, and then, if cardboard's still being pushed the way it is now, then it might be a good, sort of thing to pick up at lower prices. But
I kind of feel like I would relate it to like a gun.
Some like top 10 outs. You don't think there's any chance of like a mini out season?
I mean, we're seeing that. What I always said was impossible for us is to have a 2021-2020 style alt season, where no matter what you bought, it just went crazy, right? But if you've been holding these ETF applicants, some of the top 10, they've been steady climbing. Right? My little dinosaur portfolio I have, where the majority of everything I'm holding is in Sol, Sui, ETH, the ETF applicants. Those have been doing really well. Anything that has institutional interest, and then some of the bigger mindshare ones, right? But I don't know. We're starting to see a tide that lifts all ships slowly, but it's just not something that's going to send everything parabolic, in my opinion.
When we see a dead cat bounce, though, wouldn't you say that could roll over to like a real mini out season that probably lasts, I don't know, 2 weeks?
Yeah, it depends on what our top looks like. If we get up to the top and we consolidate it for a bit, like a week of just sort of finding levels and dropping, then yeah, alts can do something crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. That's what
it all depends on how much breathing room Bitcoin gives us once it starts to hit tops. If it hits top and just, demon candle down to the depths, then that's not going to leave a lot of room for alts to do anything fun. They're going to react to that.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Right. All right, give me a second. Let me get this order in before I end up starving here. I'll be right back.
Yo, it's a super flag.
Like, I can't believe we didn't get a body of any of those candles to cross over that bull flag right there.
Oh, I don't like that red diamond. I remember the first time I ever saw a red diamond on Dbloc's chart. A long time ago before we started dropping down. And he was like, uh-oh. That's when he started coming up with the idea that thing's going down to 13,000. He started overlaying all of his charts and everything.
Red diamond, huh?
I like to see a red diamond on Dbloc's chart, usually telling us something.
Tells me to open a short position.
I'm here to drink up that blood, cuz.
Let's go.
I just sold some of my Bitcoin bag. I don't know why that's always so hard to do.
I mean, we are only on the 5 minute with that thing. I mean, you know,
Yeah, let's just wait and see what it does off the 50 on Dbloc's chart here. Wants to bounce, retap. We'll see. I'll go down and fill this vector gap below us.
yeah, I wouldn't get crazy, but I'd wait for us to break this support right here.
There's like a big, huge volume gap over there, right where that vector starts, right at 95 down to 94.5. We shall see.
Me personally, I'm buying.
I was
see
buying
some-
way below this, bro.
Oh yeah, well I already did that and took profits, and I'm talking about reentry.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I am looking to re-enter with some of that profit, but after some correction, I don't think we're gonna go much higher before we go up again. Just my thoughts. I don't know anything.
I just know it always surprises you.
I mean, this was a surprise. I thought we were gonna go down last night. We are at war though, so war is always bullish.
What war is that?
Think we're gonna we're trying to take Greenland right now,
Okay. Yeah,
and
I think we're at war.
the rumors are enough, you know. Trump said Greenland's defense is like 2 dog sleds. Did you guys read the interview with the Venezuelan soldier?
think some of these alts look pretty promising right now. I really hope this is not a fake out.
To me, though, dead cats are usually promised looking, so that's why I'm just being hesitant here. I just hope dominance comes down. We have some more money entering the market. Things stabilize a little bit.
How many coins you holding right now, Joe?
88.
Thank you for answering. You certainly didn't have to.
You serious?
He is being serious if you were asking if 88 was serious. He knows that answer. That's how serious he is. I asked that question because I knew that he would know that answer. I was
Yeah,
curious.
but I was averaging down, so some things are actually looking pretty decent. Some couple of these are actually coming up above water, so I'm
Oh,
cruising.
bro, dude. I mean, more power to you, brother.
88 different tokens?
Sure, however you want to describe it.
You got much AVAX?
I've been holding AVAX for a long time, so yeah, I'm just sitting on some AVAX for sure.
What's your average in price on that?
Let me double checking.
I got a nice bag of AVAX too.
My average is at 10.05, so $10.05 is my average.
Dang, you have been in there a while. Because I know you were buying at 40, Joe. I know you were buying at 40.
Yeah, well, that was when we were falling down. That was like when Dbloc was pointing stuff out. Like he's like, "Don't you dare touch that thing till it gets down to $10." Last time AVAX when it was falling down, you know what I mean, from $100 all the way down.
Did it hit 100?
Oh, last cycle that thing was up over $100, like 110, $120 before AVAX, before everything fell down for sure. And that's why I was like, I was gonna buy it around like 60, 70,
Holy
and
crap.
Dbloc pointed it out and he zoomed out and he said, "I think this thing's gonna go to $8 to $10." So that's why I put it just above that $10 a long time ago.
Oh my God, I
This is years
never,
ago.
dude. It hit 148 on this chart.
Oh yeah, yep.
Holy crap, dude! I never knew that.
Man, I'm still holding AVAX.
Yeah,
Wow.
we were putting AVAX in scam in scam profit accounts in 2021. Trying to get ridiculous percentage backs. I know Dbloc got some ridiculous percentage backs on AVAX.
Yeah, so I didn't even remember my average. I knew he told me buy in 8 to 10, but that's why I looked at it. It was $10.05. So I just put in the order just above 10.
Wow. I did not know it went that high.
Yeah, bro. Did you miss the Luna craze? Were you in Luna?
No, dude. I guess I wasn't holding AVAX at the time. It's one of those things, man. If I'm not trading it whenever it does that, more than likely I probably don't even see it.
I hear you. I hear you.
But yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the whole Luna thing. I was very like emotionally attached, I guess. I didn't
Oh,
have
so was
anything.
I.
I didn't have anything like invested. Otherwise I would have said invested, but I didn't have anything invested. I wanted to short it. I feel like it was at like 60 cents, maybe 70 cents, and I was trying to short it, but the exchanges wouldn't let me short it at that point.
I bought Luna at $4, bro, and rode it all the way up, and I was very
Oh, excuse
emotionally
me.
attached.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the stable coin. This when it was at 60 cents. No, Luna was at like $8 or something, I think, and I was trying to short it, or 13. Yeah, I think it was about $13, $14, and I was trying to short it. Like me being able to remember that, yeah.
I remember when Tame shorted that thing from like $100. He's like, "Watch out, this thing's going down." Remember that? He knew something was up with it. He made like 600K off his short on that thing.
Who did?
Tame. Remember when Tame shorted Luna?
And when the
I have no
stable
idea
coins started
Made like
depegging, we kept
yeah, he
throwing
started
money
making
at
like
it.
he made like $640,000, I think, from it, dude. And they closed it. They like his platform closed it before, you know what I mean?
Are you saying Tame? Is that a person?
Yeah.
You
And then
gotta
you
know
said their platform. What is
got- you-
what was their platform?
I don't know if you was using weeks back then or if it was back to that MEXC thing. Probably.
I was using Qcoin probably.
I don't remember exactly which one he was using.
Yeah, Qcoin stole my money. They're like, you're not allowed in America. We're not allowed in America anymore, but you can't have your money.
So I only trade with American-based platform. That's the only reason I trusted him. I go, oh.
Yeah, I don't even use a VPN anymore. It's too much BS. Like, I just don't. It's like rolling the dice. I feel like.
I feel like it's rolling the dice not using a VPN. I hear you.
I know. Can you imagine?
Gosh. Man, I feel like this is going to play out over the course of the next 5 hours. And there's going to be like 5-minute blocks where there's major movement over the next like 5 hours, and it's just
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Looks like we're getting support off that 50. Let's see what it does here.
man. I feel like ADA wants to break out. I feel like XRP kind of wants to break out. I feel like Avalanche wants to break out.
I hope you're right on all that, man. I would be happy.
Everything with the ETFs looking solid.
Yeah, but it's just how much does it want to break out? If it does, and is that worth whatever amount of risk I'm willing to take? Wow. Ethereum must have had a rocket ship a minute ago. Oh, never mind. I'm on the daily.
I just don't like ETH's RSI looking on a daily. It just looks like it's too high. Looks like it needs to come back down and reset if you zoom out on a daily and compare the RSI to its last patterns. That's why I scratch my dome.
I just look at ETH well, I'll occasionally trade ETH if it just feels like, okay, nothing's going. Let me see what ETH's got going, and then lots of times that'll be whenever there's a good entry. But
Seriously, go back to that daily and look at the RSI on it. Tell me what you feel on a daily RSI ETH.
well, I mainly just look at Ethereum in terms of in terms of pair trading. But hold on, I'll look at it. Well, we
Yeah, it looks
need
like our
to.
RSI is back up to the point where we're up at 48, almost $5,000. Our RSI is back up to
But
that now.
we need to. Ethereum needs to have its RSI push above January 6th RSI, January 6th, Tuesday the 6th. So the RSI needs to push above last Tuesday's RSI. Otherwise there's hidden bearish divergence on the daily.
That's exactly what I'm seeing as bearish divergence on a big level. When you zoom out, it's like, oh goodness.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're also sitting right here up under the 200, so I mean, if we push here, but I mean, there's supply above us. But if we can push here, I mean, we can definitely get that RSI up. I don't know, man. Everything looks set up to take off. That's what I know. I got tight stops in profit. Well, not that tight, but not
But
that
they're in
loose either.
profit. That's what matters.
I'm hoping this XLM XRP pair double bottomed, because I think XRP wants to rip, which would mean if it did double bottom, then XLM will outperform XRP if it rips here. But I don't know. It doesn't work that way. That's just the way I want it to work. Oh. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Wow. Oh. I think it's ISO season. I've been saying it for 6 years, so I'm going to be right one of these days.
What you mean by ISO?
Oh, you know that NISO ISO. ISO?
Oh, word.
It's an acronym. ISO 20022, which just so happens to be the zip code of Washington, D.C. It's the it's like that whole XRP Swift thing, because it's like ISO. whatever ISO stands for.
Joey D, you in Hawaii?
No, I was out there in November. Went out there 2 months ago or so.
I thought you was out there.
Nah, bro. I'm in Colorado.
Oh, bruh.
Been riding up here. Today's day 48 in a row riding.
You had some spam musubi, bruh.
I wish I had a spam musubi, cuz. A little bit of shoyu to sprinkle on there. Oh, yeah.
What language is that?
Hawaiian,
Dude,
cuz.
dude,
Local
that's how they.
Hawaiian style.
Yeah, I lived in Hawaii for 6 years, bro, and that's how people talk. That's
They're
why
local.
I can't go back. I was like, if I hear people talk like that again, I want to shoot my face off.
It's just local lingo.
It's so bad, bro. It's so bad.
So bad, brah.
I mean, at first you're like whatever, but like living there a few years it starts to get to you.
It's funny. As soon as I go back, I have this accent that just pops right out of my pocket. It's great. I don't talk like it on the mainland because nobody really understands what I'm saying. Like, what is this kid doing? When I go back there, it's just my level and weird way of communicating with everybody like a local. It's great.
Yeah, it's good for a short time, not a long time.
There's still things I carry. Like, I always say, how's it? Whenever I say hi to somebody, how's it, bro? And I never say like bye or peace out to somebody. I always say shoot still. And I've transferred that to like all my friends. Everybody, nobody says bye or peace out. Everybody says shoot, sir. Everybody likes shoots better than bye or peace out. I don't know. So
We
some
stay
words I've carried over here to Aspen.
we
What
stay
about later,
cruising.
brother?
No, definitely not.
When people hit jumps and stuff, you'll hear them say "chee-hoo" all the time now too. Because I used to say "chee-hoo" and now I kind of like rubbed off on them. So if somebody does a good jump or something, you'll hear "chee-hoo" all the time. "Chee-hoo, brother."
Oh yeah. Third.
Where'd you live for the 6 years you were there? What town did you live in?
I lived on Maui. I lived in Kihei. I lived in Haiku.
Yeah, he's
Where
over
else?
on Maui. I remember you saying that now.
Kula. I lived in Kula, like right below the volcano. By far my favorite spot. I had what I call a panty dropper view. You can see the whole island. out to the ocean from that mountain. It was crazy.
How big is that place? The land mass? How many like square miles is the land mass?
I don't know off the top of my head. I almost feel you should look that up, Garrett.
Yeah, somebody should look that up. It's small enough to drive you crazy after 4 years. That's why I got out.
I was gonna say it must be small enough not to notice the Earth's curvature either.
Correct. Yeah, no, it looks flat.
I was working on something earlier today, and it's like a pretty complex thing for something at work, and it's like the end of the entire project in terms of like logical thinking. I would never thought it would come to this, and then I figured out the formula for there's like two different formulas you can use for this specific thing, and both of them involve pi divided by 180, and I don't know the specific thing that it's in relationship to is actually air miles. So like miles as a bird as a crow flies, not like as a vehicle drives on the road. And anyway, whenever I saw that, I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. Like everything, everything is based off of the Earth being flat. Even the miles it takes for an airplane to get from one location to another, the calculation is based off of a flat plane, and that's just how the math works. It's not a conspiracy thing.
The Earth is flat, bro.
Hey, look, I'm
We
not
live inside
disagreeing
an
with you.
ice wall. We live inside an ice wall, and outside this ice wall, there's a bunch of continents where we're originally from. And they took a bunch of us and enslaved us in this ice dome, which is why we can't fly over the South or North Pole.
Jesus Christ, y'all been gone
Wait,
for 15 minutes, y'all. Like 15 minutes, not even.
I'm just sitting here shaking my head laughing. I don't even know what to say.
Y'all need to get a room. There's plenty of rooms down there. Y'all can go crazy. I'm still waiting for my food to get
Bitcoin's
here. It's
breaking
about to
out.
pull
Let's
up.
go.
Yeah, hopefully I can get this played out before my food.
Dbloc,
Try
your
to
red
take a
diamond
little
made me
bit of
nervous
profits
for a
here.
second there. Remember that first time like 4 years ago when you spotted your first red diamond that you hadn't seen in a long time? I was like, uh-oh. It just reminded me of a long time ago seeing that.
Just a 5-minute chart, though.
No, but you remember what I'm saying.
I like the smell of blood.
Yeah, you're right, though. I think it was the first blood diamond you saw on a daily or a weekly for a long time. And,
Weekly, ever.
oh, yeah, that was a good one. I remember that day.
This bull flag looks too pretty.
Pretty nice.
Does it not look like the most perfect bull flag you've ever seen? Like it's too perfect. It's like it's lying.
Yeah. Don is still dropping out. That's good. That's really all we have to look at. I'm going to sweep the rest of that liquidity and then attempt to retrace again. We'll see if the bears allow us to. If we can consolidate at highs for a while the way we did here and dominance continues to drop, then we can get another level up on alts.
Yeah, it was hesitant earlier today. It was really frustrating because I kept trying to go for that like 90,000 like almost 94 area, and it kept like pushing up there and then like rejecting just before it and getting shy and then going up, and then it looked like it was gonna swing fail, but then it never lost momentum, and then as soon as it got above it, it was just like whoosh. We hit 96. What? Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
96,863. Wow. Well done, Bitcoin. You finally did the thing.
94.5 was the bullish trigger.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to get above that. I was like, I think I could go to like 94.5, but then I didn't think it was going to get above, and it did. Yeah, I took profit, so I'm like 75% out of my position, but I still have a runner, so that's sweet. If it closes like the next day or two above 94K, then I'm probably gonna target 110 with the rest of the position. I'll take half of what's left at like 108, 110 area, and then see what happens. I mean, I don't like. We're not gonna know until we get there. So, if it even goes that high, but this looks like a good start. I feel like I've been saying that for like the past week.
Yeah, it's been started, guys. Relief Rally has been the title of the YouTube stream for the past 2 weeks.
I like our market cap. We're up
As
to
we found our bottom.
3.25 trillion. We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, really, ever since the new year. So, like, January 3rd is kind of really when it started. Like, I mean, that push didn't start there, but like, we reclaimed the SR level that we needed to, like, somewhere around January 3rd. Ever since then, we've been putting in higher lows.
Silver's about to hit 90. Aluminum is at 3,200. Gold's doing okay. Platinum's trying to take all-time highs again. Copper's trying to take all-time highs again. Okay.
I sold more of all of that stuff today, but obviously I didn't sell everything. I kind of just try to buy the highs or buy the lows of the day and then sell the highs of the day. So if the high ends up being in the morning, all I really have to do is sell what I bought yesterday. And then like at the end of the day, I just buy back what I sold earlier that morning. Like a lot of times it just works out that perfectly. At least for the past few weeks it has been. Sell in the morning, buy back in the afternoon, and then do the same thing the next day.
Dbloc, what is aluminum like kind of sold in? You know how it's like up at a couple $1,000 and the other ones are done by ounces, like silver and gold are done by ounces. What weight is aluminum sold in? Why is it such a high price? Or how much weight is it based
I'm
off
not
of?
sure.
Do you know?
I'd have to check.
Yo, why does the audio
My
sound
guess
so
would be a
good right now?
ton, right?
This is my sketchiest. This is my sketchiest current position. My short on MicroStrategy.
You're in a short?
Yeah, but it's meant to be. I've been shorting MicroStrategy since.
Oh, I know you know what you're doing, coach.
Dude, I sold my whole short, and I started going long, so now my long's in the negative.
And this was meant to be a hedge against us not getting a relief rally. So to me, it's not really that big a deal. But I need to watch it over the next couple days, and then I need to check my Labubu short real quick.
Yeah, check the Nasdaq while you're at it, because
Dbloc, you think MicroStrategy is gonna survive another cycle?
Yeah, of course.
I kind of think it's undervalued.
Yeah, Labubu looks like it's about to fall out too. This is great. It's great. I was just checking to see if any of this bullishness made its way into collectibles, but it didn't. It's about a ton.
So the Labubu, there's actually a coin called Labubu that got listed like a month or two ago, and I wanted to tell you about it because I just thought it was so funny. I was like, I'm storing
Do that
Labubus.
shit.
There's like an actual like shit coin now called Labubu.
They made a couple during the height. They were all over the place.
What is going on with the audio in here? Did you get upgraded, or like is it like my, because I put on this NVIDIA broadcasting and I'm wondering if that's what the difference is.
I don't really hear a difference.
Yeah, I don't hear a difference either.
You guys sound crisp, like more crisp than normal. I don't know. Maybe it's because of
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Windows has Sonic. That's really good for that too. If you've got low quality headphones, Windows Sonic will actually fix that. Make everything
Rick
sound
made
really
me
good.
Rick made me download this program called NVIDIA Broadcast, and luckily he had the older version of it, so I just like, well, I didn't have to download it. He gave me the file, and I just installed it, and so he gave me the old version. And apparently, like there's like it has these effects that remove background noise and stuff, but then like you can also and I didn't know this, but like you could also mess with the, aside from just the input, like because he wanted me to do it so that none of the stuff came through my mic in terms of like my mouse and my keyboard and stuff and like background noise. But then like I looked at it further and I was like, oh, there's actually like effects for like like
Spit it out,
volume
Kwai.
coming out too, like output volume.
Okay.
Like there's shit for like output too. So I'm like, so I started messing with that. So that could be why you guys sound different.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he sent you a file and you download it onto your computer. So next week, whenever you can't access any of your wallets or funds, Rick, we know, cuz.
Nasty,
Dude,
Rick.
well,
Nasty.
it would be the ultimate friggin' 5-year plan if that's what he was trying to do.
I think Rick would be the
It's a
only
slow
one I
con,
would
bro.
trust.
It's a slow con.
Dude,
yeah,
that
Rick,
would be so dirty. He's not from Australia. He's been faking the accent the whole time.
Rick is like, well, first of all, Australia is not even a real place, so we all know that the accent's fake. But I came to terms with that. The thing is, if there's one person that I would trust to send me a file, like, and be like, and like, not even question if it's like a virus or something, like, it's Rick.
Yeah.
That's how long
I
cons
wouldn't
work.
trust me. Yeah.
All of a sudden, like, we don't hear from Rick again after this. And then just come on, like, yo, guys, my wallet's gone.
Nah, Rick's good people.
I'll blame it on Michael Saylor though. That dude said that he still owes me 2 Bitcoin. I don't know what happened. It's been a while now. I sent him 1 Bitcoin. He said he would send me 2 back. That was like 6 months ago. I know the Bitcoin network's slow, but come on.
You see that rug pull that Mayor Adams pulled? The old mayor of New York, he dropped a meme coin and he rugged for like 3.4 million yesterday. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He just removed the liquidity pool. Ran it up and removed liquidity. And then he was on an airplane today. There's a video of him, some lady, I guess she's from New York, and she had a lot to tell him about, while he was mayor. And he goes to her, I'm not the mayor anymore. Go F yourself. So you're going to see the Brooklyn in me. Like, I'm a civilian now. Stop playing with me. That's crazy, bro. Crime is legal, guys. I don't know what to tell y'all. Apparently, until we figure this out. And now they're talking about kicking the Clarity bill down to 2029. We got a couple years of legal crime in the crypto, apparently.
I mean, it's always been the Wild West. It's just we've been doing it live, but they just got it on TV like this year. So
There's a
like, it's
difference
been the Wild
between
West for
doing
a while,
shit
but they
and
just started
nobody's.
putting it on TV.
The difference between doing shit and nobody notices to people noticing and still don't care. It's like,
You just
oh,
blatantly do it.
oh, okay, like so. Oh, all right. Well, that. Thought we had to hide this shit, but I guess apparently not. The person I feel the worst for is CoffeeZilla, bro. He's so over it. Every new video he does, he just looks exhausted. He's like, "Look, y'all, crime's legal. I don't know what to tell y'all. Good luck. Be careful out there."
Yeah, man. I mean, at the same time, if you invest in a coin like that, you're kind of asking for it. And if you don't know at all about crypto, then like you'll
We
learn
know
your
that.
lesson real quick.
We know that, right? But somebody that supported the mayor or something and is like, "Oh, look, he's got a coin. This got to be legit." It's called NYC coin, Mayor of New York. I mean, some people's
How much more
some
legit than
people's
that
due
can it get?
diligence doesn't go that deep. Like that was enough for
Yeah.
them.
I
But
mean,
then
I
look
wouldn't
at
know.
Trump, right? Trump did the same thing, and that shit did numbers, and people made tons of money. So it's like, yeah, it's luck, bro. At the
I
end of the
didn't
day.
know. I didn't know until it happened to me. You know what I mean? Like it had to happen to me at least once before I realized, like, okay, not doing that again. And then I did it again, and then I know, and then I knew even better why I shouldn't do it again. But yeah, even Trump, man, it's like people had so much high hopes for that thing, and it just like got trashed. Like there was no, like, absolutely like no attempt to try to save it
I
after it
told
beat.
people from the very beginning that this shit is a one-shot deal. There is no plans on any sort of working on this coin or doing anything to promote this thing after or turning it into something sustainable. This shit was just a quick money grab. People made millions and millions of dollars, and people lost their ass too. Just depends on how early you came into it. Trump's
Yeah,
true believers are the ones that got wrecked. The ones that did well were us degens that are watching crypto Twitter, saw the contract address come up, jumped in real quick, da da da. But your regular mom and pop that heard about it and used their credit card to buy. That was the craziest thing. On the site, you could buy Trump coin with your credit card. Half of these people couldn't even sell. Where do you sell? You bought your Trump coin with a credit card. You've never used crypto before. How do you sell this?
well, yeah, my mom was like, I was telling her, she was like, where are you, like, I thought, I'm like, oh, don't worry, like, I'll pay for that, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, where are you getting all this money from? And I'm like, well, I sold some of my Bitcoin to buy Christmas presents, and I didn't end up getting as many as I thought. And she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then she starts talking, she's like, that Bitcoin that Trump is putting out, I guess a bunch of people are
Oh
getting
boy.
a bunch of people are getting scammed off of that. So like, make sure you don't get that. I'm like, no. I'm like, nah, mom. It's a different thing. I'm like, it's completely different. I'm like, it is not Bitcoin.
I've heard
I'm like,
people
that is
say
absolutely not Bitcoin. It's completely freaking different.
I've heard people say that they don't care, that the reason they bought it was to support Trump. It was never to make money. They looked at it as a souvenir or as a way to make a donation. Hey, if that's what you did, cool. You know?
Mm.
If that's how
I
you
mean,
looked at it and that's what you did, then cool. Then you're not worried about it. But if you
she
bought it
just
thinking it
wanted
was
to
gonna
like.
turn to something, then it's a different story.
It was just sad because she hates Trump and she wants me to hate Trump. So she was trying to find a reason to like get me to hate Trump. But it's like, no, mom, I'm sorry. Like you just have no idea what you're talking about.
That is
Like,
pretty savage, though.
yeah, like I mean, it's like she's like, you're just ruining everything. Blah blah blah. I'm like, she's like, get careful because that Bitcoin that Trump put out is a scam and blah blah blah. I'm like,
Gotta realize how older
ma,
people look at everything that's going on. a little bit different than us. We've been sort of, you know, we can see
Yo,
the
tell your
nuance
grandma.
behind it.
Yo, tell your grandma to stop flooding my WLFI. Drew.
It wasn't my grandma. It was my mom's.
You still
Oh, your
holding on to
mom's.
that, Drew?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm trying to get dinner, yo. I'm trying to have a dinner with the president or something.
I played a couple dead cats. Unfortunately, I didn't get involved in it until it was like way too late, and I realized that it was way too late because I hadn't heard of it. But if I knew that it was on like DeFi and stuff, I would have grabbed it. The thing, like, but I missed the opportunity, so I was like, oh,
I'm
whatever. I
getting
played a few dead cats, and then like I got burned on it once, and I was like, all right, I'm just never touching this again.
I'm getting
Like
back like
it's
close to
over.
my average. My average was just a little bit under 19. I was scooping like 17, 18, 19. But since 10-10 happened, I got, clobbered.
What is it? Is it above 13 again? The
Yo, it's
Trump
an
coin?
18. What are you talking about? We almost
Oh,
back to
okay.
20
That's
cents,
fine.
baby.
It's not too bad, yeah, man. Like if you get an opportunity to exit, you got to rescue ship. I'd take it.
Nah, I'm chilling, man. I'm hanging to $1. I'm hanging out.
So you're donating to the rug pull?
Yeah. And that Trump meme coin, I mean, it held $1 billion. So at least they're able to hold that.
Yeah, what that means it was $1. That means it went all the way to $1.
No, well, first I was talking about WLFI, but I'm saying like the Trump meme coin, that right now is at $5.70.
Oh, yeah, no, the Trump meme coin is the one I was talking about. Right, yeah, that shit got trashed, bro.
Yeah,
I
but I
haven't
mean,
even
all,
looked at the
all the
chart.
meme coins got trashed, but at least it's holding $1 billion, so I'll give it that at least. Like even Bond couldn't hold $1 billion.
Yeah,
You
but
see what happened with
Blanc isn't
NYC, the NYC
it's not
token
the
that the mayor put
president's
out?
name.
Yeah, but did
Yeah,
you see
yeah, Dbloc was just talking about that.
it
Yeah,
was,
that was
yeah,
funny.
that was funny.
Dude, this thing really did go to $1.26. Is that what it was? What was the low? $1.29. My God. It did the same thing as Melania, it just took longer.
See, my thesis is that CZ Binance owns the Trump crew a little bit of favors. And I think they're going to kind of crime the whole WLFI scene. So I think there's, a little bit of artificial injection going to be happening. It already is. They're doing buybacks too. That's kind of how it got back to this level, I think.
They're gonna throw up some crime candles?
Yeah, man. Some inside crime candles.
Let's go. I'm down for some crime candles. I just want them to happen on my altcoins. I mean,
Well,
and
I feel
yours
bad.
also.
But I feel bad for the people that did the pre-sale. They still have 80% of their tokens locked up and nobody's saying when they're going to get it. So I'd be mad. Even though it's a governance token, and people are supposed to be able to vote, they're not letting anybody vote on when that 80% is going to get unlocked. They're just like, oh, we'll
Yeah, dude,
decide when we
that's messed up.
present, that's super messed up. People are on the timeline like, come on, unlock my tokens. But I'm thinking if they do the right thing and they do get this bitch back to $1, it's like the people that are going like they're gonna be happy that their tokens weren't given to them. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna be like, all
Yeah.
right, that it's legit. But I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it, or at least get it to like 50 cents or something.
Hopefully so. I'll be right back.
How you been, Drew?
Yo, who's that, Louis?
Yes, sir.
What up, what up? I've been chilling. On the Grizzy.
What you been playing with?
Besides my cocksucker now. Nah, I've been playing with some properties and playing with some piss, shit, skin can. I said it backwards though. It's actually shit, piss, skin can. WLFI, some Sol, some Doge, Ethereum, and I might even dibble dabble a little bit of Bitcoin on next dippy just to play around.
All right, my food's here, y'all. I'm gonna go eat this shit real quick. We'll see if we can get this move by the time we're done. Momentum is still bullish here. Watch dominance.
Don't forget to tip that driver.
And then
Yeah,
we're
we
good.
don't make
Yo, I
enough
almost
for
had to
it.
put hands on my Uber driver yesterday, Drew.
Oh,
Yo,
word?
you let me know, coach. Straight
Bro,
up,
this
cuz
dude
I'll
was
be there.
wilding out. I ordered something. It was raining and shit, right? So I get it. He had to get wet and all that, right? But typically it's like you get to somebody's house, it's raining, you put the shit in the front. If it gets wet, it gets wet. They should have been there to pick it up, right? Like that's how every other Uber driver's done it. So I got caught up and I didn't remember he was coming. I didn't see his call. So when I went out to grab it, it was like half an hour after, and he was still standing out there in the rain, just dripping. And I was like, yo, my bad. I didn't see the call. You could have just left it on the thing right there. And he's like, well, you could have left the door open, or you could have picked up your call, and you could have, by the third coulda. I was like, bro, let me just turn around and go back in my house. Because dude was being a little aggressive.
He was about to get a good tip too, right? If he would
And
have
I
been
was
chill.
still I left this tip. I left this tip. I always put in a good tip, so I didn't remove the tip or anything. But I don't know if he wanted me to get on my knees and apologize. Like, I don't know what the hell he thought was going to happen. But I was already hungry, which isn't good, so I was already on tilt. I turned around and closed the door. I had an adult moment. Big
when I
dude,
was
too.
hustling, man,
He's trying to be
I had it
intimidating.
all
He's
laid
big,
out.
tall, buff dude. Like, bro, I will blow you back to the
I was ready
sidewalk.
I was ready for any scenario, man. I had mad plastic bags in my car, so extra bags, just like wrap that in a few bags, leave it there to stay dry. Like that's all he needed to do. But he wasn't prepared, not thinking ahead.
Bro, I'm like, his car is 10 feet away from the door, gang. Why are you standing in the rain?
Yeah, right.
Like, you making poor life. Okay, let's say that you didn't want to leave it there. You just a real good driver. You don't want to leave it in the rain. Cool. Why don't you just sit in your car and call me from the car
Well,
instead
nah,
of
you know
sitting in the
what?
rain
That
for
might
30
be a
minutes?
tactic, though. That's an angle. That's an
Sympathy
angle.
and shit.
That's a
That shit
sympathy angle.
backfired.
The extra tip. Yeah, it backfired. Yeah, he was gambling.
I mean, I never gone from feeling bad for somebody to wanting to put hands and feet on somebody so quick, like a 5-minute conversation. But yeah, let me go eat my food. I'll be back, y'all.
Drew, I got pulled over on my birthday and refused the breathalyzer.
Word, how did that turn out?
I got court on Friday. I'm probably gonna lose my Uber job.
Damn. You got a lawyer? You got a lawyer? Yeah, I can't hear you. Mic went off. That sucks, though, man. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a good judge.
Oh, Drew, go look in the Discord. All the way at the bottom, we got a new AI agent that I've been training up for.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to check that out.
Yeah, check that out and play with it for a bit. Let me know if you find anything wrong. Ask it for a report. Ask it for mad specific shit. Just run it through the paces and let me know if it hallucinates.
Which one, the Cipherbot?
Yeah, Cipherbot. It's got the link right at the bottom. wrote like a small introduction, and then there's a link right underneath it. All right, I'll be back, y'all.
Okay, I like it. I like that it knows what a shit piston can is. Be right back.
Juju.
Let's go, sucker. Hit the dirt.
What's going on, chat? But he had a good dinner.
This is perfect timing. Dbloc.
Just woke up. I'm ready for blood.
I got a quick question to run by somebody.
What's going on?
Has anybody heard of USOR token on the Solana network?
I haven't.
Apparently there's talks that this is by Trump and the Trump team. Has to do with tokenizing US oil.
Okay.
Checked it out on Deck Screener. Thing is up 908% right now.
I'd have to look into it. Sounds a little bit like a Solana meme.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Rug pulled.
But I'll look into it and make a.
Yeah, man. Bro.
Trench coin, beware. Let's go, Bitcoin. Make it rough.
And there's another USOR on here that's 4,000% past hour.
Yeah, they'll have a bunch. They'll once one meme coin does well, they'll launch a bunch of other ones with the same name to try to catch people that don't know the difference between the contract address.
Yep. See that?
I've seen some of those do better than the original coin.
I'm seeing a certain cartoon character on your chart.
A couple of these, $1.8 million market cap.
His name starts with a B. His last name starts with an S. His father's name is Homer.
His name is Robert Paulson.
You
Forgot
know
the first name about Fight Club.
Eat my shorts.
Fight Club.
Thought his name was Meatloaf. Why?
Have you been using you've been using the bot? Go ask the bot if USOR on Sol is a scam. It's funny. But I think we were right. It's more of a meme than a. But the answer it gave me was funny.
I have access to it, but that's I can only imagine.
That regarding USOR, often labeled as US oil unsold, the short answer is yes. It displays multiple high alert red flag characteristics of a narrative driven scam or rug pull. As of mid January 2026, here's the breakdown on why you should approach this with extreme caution. Claims to tokenize U.S. crude oil, suggests links to BlackRock and Trump. Reality,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
zero official confirmation from BlackRock, the U.S. Department of Energy, or any regulated commodity body. Project's own documentation shows errors such as claiming the Federal Reserve stores oil when it's actually the Department of Energy. Credible RWA projects usually have transparency custody audits. Just saved me a little bit of time. That's what I was gonna go check. I was just gonna go check the
That was
partnerships.
a
I was
cool.
gonna go check.
Yeah, you shouldn't even have mentioned the bot. You should have just popped back.
Yeah. Well, actually, I looked into it and
That's awesome.
How do I click the bot in the group?
you just gotta click the link. The link is in the
Oh, I gotta go to the link in the chat bubble chat.
yeah. Nah, not the bubble chat. And down when you go down to the bot chat.
Bot chat.
Or if you can't find it, go to where it says browse channels and put in
Mixture of Dbloc and Gemini.
what's good with y'all, chat? What are y'all on? See if we grab this vector gap here. Clicks. M pattern takes us down through the vectors, but not a lot deeper than that. Takes us right about to the bottom of we want to close underneath the 50% here to invalidate the bull flag. Anybody coming late to this pattern would probably be attempting to draw bull flag like this. I'm not gonna say they'd be wrong, right? They just came to the pattern late. But we'll draw it like that just because at least we'll see what they're seeing when it breaks. Most people probably have it drawn out like it already invalidated the way we had it drawn out the first. Support is at that SR flip right in the middle of the vector. That's our nearest support. We're in that volume gap here. Let's see how my kids are doing. Well, 1, 2, 3 of them did what we were looking for, right? Jasmine. We were looking for them to come through these gaps. Yeah. So Jasmine made that move already. Sui made that move already. Full reclaim of the bump, right? Back the gap. Soul made that move. Or at least is in the process of giving that up. Chainlink didn't, but it looks like it wants to. Might be at the beginning of that drop for Chainlink. And if we lose that 14, could be a pretty swift drop.
Well,
Litecoin is holding up. Ethereum is actually pretty surprisingly holding. Gold, altcoins. Silver, ATH. Aluminum, ATH. Copper, ATH. Gold, Bitcoin pair is pumping here. The move, huh? Inverse head and shoulders. What a year, bro. What a freaking year for gold.
Been quite a year for few metals.
All of them, bro. All of them.
About time to turn in my scrap copper pile. Might give me that family roll.
I went out on a limb when I said I don't think we see a traditional altcoin season, and I'm looking more for a metal super cycle. But I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to extend as broadly across all metals as it has.
No, me either.
It's almost like you're watching an altcoin run and everybody's just trying to catch the alts that haven't moved yet. Like, what metal hasn't moved yet?
It's like we played the wrong market.
We is a lot of people. I told y'all. I don't want to be an I told you so guy, but I was pretty clear about my thesis.
True statement. True statement.
Oh, do you know how unpopular my gold position was this entire run up? Like anytime I would check gold, I'd be like, gold. Gold. Hey.
I didn't down talk it, but you was right, coach.
I mean, I understand that it's not even. You're in a crypto channel. You hear somebody talking about buying gold and silver, and we're traditionally at a time where you should be seeing an alt season. It does kind of like raise question marks, like, huh? Like, why don't you just go all in on low caps or something? The problem is and remains to be this entire quantitative tightening cycle we're in. There's not enough money, and then when you throw AI into that, where you already diverted more than half of the attention, and then you dump all of retail into prediction markets and freaking sports betting, doesn't leave a lot of juice.
It's almost like it was done by design.
It's a cycle. There isn't a boogeyman behind everything. You just don't know what you don't know until you know it. Makes any sense?
Well, like you always say, Dbloc, I mean, follow the money. Why would you put money into low cap alts when
Yeah.
money's not here?
This historical bias, you know, and I get it because I'm a big cycle guy, and I pay attention to all that shit as well. But if the money's not there, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty clean how all our high volume nodes are sitting on fib levels, right? My bad, y'all. I know chat is lagging right now. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with damn internet today.
Yeah, I knew that that Clarity Act was going to get pushed back again.
Yeah, I didn't want to believe it, but
Into January now they're saying, but I still don't think that's possible. They'll just make revisions to it.
there's too many crimes yet to be committed for them to be giving us structure. They're like, hold on. Let us run all these scams just one more time, and then we'll go ahead and provide clarity.
Yeah. Did scoop up a little circle this morning. But
This shit is so undervalued, in my opinion.
sir.
It doesn't mean it can't go lower, though, unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately.
I'll buy it right back to where it came from. $31. We won't see the rewards from that. They're 5 years. I'm okay with that.
Come on, Bitcoin. Don't go dead on us now.
Why not? Let's rinse and repeat.
I have noticed a bit of an uptick in some of the popular and unpopular crypto channels. The views gone up just a hair. But that's just hope.
Give me 1 second, yeah. All right. That's the right, the left side of the M. The original bull flag, I would have ignored the wick from a measured move. Which actually would be really nice. Still possible, but cutting it close. Jasmy's launching its own L2 on Ethereum. And Jasmy's going to act as the native token for gas on the ecosystem. Jasmy is. I'm just doing some research right now, just solidifying my conviction in certain things. The CFO is crazy though. The CFO is one of the former Sony executives that I told you that's on the board. Hiroshi Harada has set a conservative target of $17 by late 2026. Contingent on the network reaching 107 million users. $17. The shit is at like 009 right now. I want to see what he's seeing, bro. I want to know what he knows. He's future tripping. But the Apple news was pretty big recently, so Japan has a basically like an ID card, right? They call it My Number. And Jasmy's has an integration for the My Number shit. So they're saying that the biggest driver for Jasmy right now is that integration of the ID card system via Apple iPhones going live this spring. This effectively embeds Jasmy's data sovereignty technology into the Japanese government's digital infrastructure. But that's where that target is coming from. That's a next bull market sort of thing. It's just so cheap. I'll be doing the same thing I did last bear market. Jasmine gets down those bottoms. Loading up while everybody calls me crazy. Yeah, $17 is insane, bro. $1 is insane. Be that 100x to $1 and I'm out, gang. The smaller uptrend, yeah, but not the main one. But the uptrend from the parabolic move, yeah. Held that Gaussian channel like a champ. One of the other metrics that we're looking for when this thing rolls over. It's the loss of the bottom of that Gaussian channel that sends you on your capitulation. Coming down underneath the top of the Gaussian channel on the 2-week starts the capitulation. Yeah, we come down and we hold the top of the channel, and then we get our dead cat bounce, and then it capitulates. Same there. This is when we capitulated for COVID. There. We would be on about this candle, these candles here, making that move up and try to find our way back down. So on the 2 week, you're looking at the top of the Gaussian channel. You're looking when it breaks in. On the weekly, you're looking at when it breaks the bottom. Let's see, there's a couple more things we can look at since we're already talking macro. These are one of the negatives. This is one of the negatives, the vortex super trend. Right, this thing only tends to turn. We looked at this before, but it only tends to turn red right before. This was the first one, so it didn't count because it was like 2011. But it tends to turn red right before things roll over. For good. I think that's when you get the red float. Here, it rolled over right at the top of the dead cat bounce. Right, that's when it turned red. Here, it rolled over about a month before the dead cat bounce. Right, rolled over, dead cat bounce, and then finally the momentum kicked in and sort of brought us down. Here, it came in about a month before the top of the dead cat bounce. Right, this is where we flipped red. On this line, we went up, we had our dead cat bounce, and we capitulated. Here, we flipped.
Cycle life.
Right, so we flipped right here. And then we've started our dead cat bounce. So timing wise, it matches with almost every other time. This to me is just another indicator that this dead cat bounce will be just that, right? Even if it goes to 108, will be just that because our momentum is flipped red on the macro. Right? So I'm not looking for it to pass, hold, and continue. If it does, this momentum flips back green and we'll see it. But as of right now, doesn't look great. What does look great is our RSI. Right, so let's bring this all the way across. Right, we'll give a top line there, and then let's do a bottom line here. Right, so this zone right here on the RSI We look at what price did here. So for the last 3 years, every time we've come up above this level and held has been the best buying opportunity for Bitcoin. Right? Came back, held that point. You would have got in at 24 before the pump. If you bought that point again when it hit, you would have bought 54 before the pump. If you bought that point again when it hit, you would have bought 74 before the pump. Right? We lost that here. It was one of the things we were worried about, losing that resistance. But we're currently pulling back over. Right. Let me turn this off. Give me a second. So we're currently pulling back over. Now, again, what we're trying to figure out, right? Dead cat bounce off of either the 50 or 108 and roll over, or all-time high. And does this hold and keep going? Did we bottom out on RSI and we've got to come all the way up to the top, or? But somebody on Twitter was talking about something interesting today, which is this section right here. So remember I told you our two possibilities of what can happen here live in our last top. Right? One possibility that the bulls are looking for is that we saw a high, went into a deep retracement that most people consider to be the bear market. In the dead cat bounce, it finds support and it puts in a new high. Right? That takes us to like 150. That's what the majority of bulls are looking for. They're looking for possibility 1. Then we have possibility 2, where you come down, put in a dead cat bounce to that 50 EMA. Right? Can't get above it sustainably, and then retrace. So what's interesting is if you look at the RSIs, right? Let me make this bright so you can see it. Hold on. All right, when you look at the RSI, you see we broke that major level, right, and came back above it. The last time we did that. So the last time we did that was here on our number 2, right? Which means, let me get rid of some of this shit here so you can actually see the price. Right, so in this section here, we came down, we accumulated. We had our relief rally when that RSI came back over that range. Right? As it came back over, we had our relief rally. And then it fizzled out and actually went and bottomed out for good, which gave us the bottom of our bear market. Right? We had a nice little bullish divergence here on RSI, and that sent us. So, you know, if we look at our first option that our bulls want, the continuation, we didn't break that level on the RSI. I mean, we did temporarily, right? But we never really broke it. We held it, put in a lower high, then broke it, then reclaimed it shortly. So my argument is, and the argument they were making online was that this fits this a lot better than it fits this. So just because RSI is coming up, right? Don't think that it can't just continue for a couple days or a couple weeks. Give us the top of our bull market of our bear market relief rally and then come down and put in the lows.
Yep.
And depending on how high it goes, right, is going to be whether we get our 98 or our 108 or our, 112, whatever, before it ends up rolling over. Probably, in my opinion, will hold this uptrend, and that's what I'll be looking for. I mean, this downtrend. If RSI comes up higher than there, then maybe we can start talking about something different. But very similar to what it did back here. Right? Actually even fell short a little bit. The trend. So something like that is what I'm expecting. Makes sense to everybody?
Yes, sir.
And then obvious our other, let me might as well go through it all. The retest that we're looking for, 50 EMA on the daily, on the weekly, sorry, which is that 98, or at the top level, right? My bullish sort of target would be that 108, right? Which is coming back to this SR flip, this major support resistance flip, and rejecting.
Yep.
Now, if you're a bull, what you want to happen at that point is you want to reject and you want to come back and hold the 50 and then pull away, which is what we did here. Right? Exactly the same thing. Came to the 50, popped up, came back, held the 50, put in that new high. Like we just looked at on the RSI, is a bit different as far as where
Bearish divergence.
where we were.
Monero just hit an all-time high. We want to check that out.
And then if we look at the 2 week, yeah, just give me a second. If we look at the 2 week, we're still dealing with that accumulation at the 2 week, like we've been talking about forever. Price comes down, mean reversion to the 2 week 50 EMA. Price consolidates. Inside that consolidation, you get that dead cat bounce. As price breaks the 50 EMA on the 2 week, you capitulate. Same as we did here. And here. Right? Each one of these has been longer. It was 120 days. It was 140 days. One was 120 days. One was 100 days. So they've been reducing by 20. So we've got this drawn out as an 80-day range. Can it be longer than that? Yeah. Can it be shorter than that? Yeah, of course. But this gives us a window to sort of play around in. Right? And these white arrows are where the relief rally started on every other bear market. Accumulation. And we sort of took off. I would say we took off closer to this, right? Well, we found our bottom and started moving up, but now let's get rid of that and let's go to our friend Ichimoku. And let's take all this shit off. All right. Again, 2 different time frames you want to watch on Ichimoku, weekly and 2 week. Right? For macro, these are your major time frames. Right now, what we're doing is that we're inside of our cloud. Right? The bottom of the cloud is called span B. The top of the cloud is called span A. Right? So we came down past span A. We held on span B. Usually what happens here is that you accumulate until you can get up to the top of the range. Right? At the top of the range, or our baseline, is where price tends to. The top of our range right now is 105, 106, 108. You see how it goes up? So depending on how long it takes, it can be a little higher. If you want an example of what it did last time, remember, this is as we're on our 50 EMA on the 2 week. Right? We come down and we get trapped in our cloud. We accumulate inside the cloud until we retest the top, and then we capitulate. Right? This is what it looks like complete. This is what it looks like in process or in progress. If we go to, this one was very short. Like the time that we spent inside that cloud was days, if that. Now, if you go to the to the 2 week, then we're still good, right? The dead cat bounce happens above the cloud. And as you come into that cloud on the 2 week, you get your capitulation. So we're still a good way away from that. The problem is that we had our Kumo twist on the weekly. So your Kumo twist comes in. Usually when this twist comes in, when your A and B spin, right, on your cloud, that tends to stick. Right? You don't see those twist and twist back often. I mean, sometimes, right? It just doesn't last for long. It's usually a pretty good sign that the party's over. In either direction. So, like I said, this goes along with everything else. Right? 108 is our top resistance. 108 is the top of the cloud. Right? We expect to consolidate, pump, and then retrace, break the cloud, capitulate. If you look at the 50 EMA, that's our 89. I mean, that's our 98. Right? So right here, our two targets are right in front of you. Right? It's either going to be the 50 EMA or it's going to be the top of the cloud. And as long as we're inside of the cloud, we won't continue to capitulate. The capitulation comes in when we break that 200 EMA. Breaking that 200 EMA on the 2 week will also break our cloud on the 1 week. And those are two nasty triggers that I don't want to bet against. Right? Once both of those fire, I won't be counter trading that rally. Let's just put it like that. All right, now I'm done. These are not me specific things, right? These are very common macro momentum based topping signals. Right? The reason that everybody's talking about them right now is because our volume based topping signals and our euphoria based topping signals and our retail based topping signals all failed. Right? Which leaves us with timing based and momentum based indicators. And everything looks right across them, right? Whenever you check them, it's like we're right on timing. think I put chat to sleep.
Yeah, yeah. So Monero, or XMR. It said it's
XMR.
yeah, it said it hit an all-time high. I just got a notification. I'm doing something, so I can't really look at it. But I figure you might want to look at it. If there's
Yeah, we were looking at this earlier.
actually,
Target 1, 2, 3, all
God
blown
damn.
out. Yeah. Been following this since that inverse head and shoulder, and it started putting in. When we were talking about the parabola, and we said we're just waiting for it to pull away from its parabolic curve.
I do remember that.
It is gone.
Oh, she gone. She gone.
It's gone in a big
I,
way. What's crazy
I
too
should
is that
sell.
Zach gave such a heads up on this play.
Yeah,
Like it
for
was
real.
such a slow rotational play, you know what I mean? But yeah. Fractaled out,
Yeah, so
inverse head and shoulders after inverse head and shoulders.
I'm gonna sell some. I'm gonna start selling Monero now. Because like I sold most of my Zcash. I sold like half of what I had left at that lower high because I was always kind of planning on doing that anyway. And I was like, ah, whatever. If it goes higher, I don't care. And it didn't. It actually dropped from there. But now that XMR is up, I was sitting there. I look at Monero, and I'm like, why the hell isn't Monero doing that? And then like I don't know. It's, go figure. I just had to wait another couple days, or like another week or something, and it rotated.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sweet. Now I can take profit on that too. I'm just knocking them off the list.
Damn right.
2026, baby. Get these dinosaurs out my portfolio.
Thanks, Whiffly. I
He's,
appreciate it, bro. Se te agradece.
you got any ridiculous price targets for price discovery?
Hell no. I'm happy with any target in price discovery. How about that?
Yeah, I feel that.
But no, I mean, not really. This thing is just gone, right? This is just gonna be pure supply and demand at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just take little chunks here and there.
Volume, bro. Like you can't, like,
Oh, geez, yeah.
you can't beat that. You can sell anything with this type of volume.
Is that the weekly? God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's a weekly volume divergence, then I'm definitely gonna be unloading heavy.
I
But
mean,
now's the
yeah,
time to
if
do
you
it.
go to the daily, you're, well, except for recently, but you were volume divergent here. That corrected in a big way. But
Oh yeah, dude.
for a while there you were.
This is catalyst driven though.
Yeah, for sure. Zach
Oh,
is not having the best time, but it did play out its measured move already to the downside. Whether it has a second life or it pulls this M is a different story though. I'm still sort of waiting for that. Oh, this is that fallen knife we caught on Zach. I'm still waiting for the story to kind of flush out with the team exodus,
oh
the
yeah,
little
because
shit they were having. Yeah,
they all quit or some shit. The whole development team just resigned. It's like, well, where did they go? Like, why did they leave? Where did they go?
let's go Bitcoin. Take that vector, baby. Sweep it. All right, we can get rid of this bullish flag now.
I'm kind of hoping that it holds 94K. And if it doesn't, then I guess I'll just close the rest of my position. Maybe that was it. I don't know. But I still really feel like 108 is up there in the cards.
Yeah, they started a
Yeah.
competing project apparently, which is another thing that makes you want to be like, wait, well then wait. Hold on. Because everybody that was so in love with Zach was in love with the team. So it's like, now who gets the children? Mommy and daddy get divorced. Who, you know what I mean? Like, who keeps the kids? I gotta
Yeah.
wait and see, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, we got to go to court over it.
I'll go where the volume goes, I guess. You know.
Yeah, who's got more money? Which one of you got more money? I want to live with that one.
It was probably the biggest beneficiary from this shit was probably Monero.
Probably, I'm sure they're intermingled, like in terms of like their investment capital,
Well, it's just
investment
narrative,
portfolio
right?
balance sheets.
Anybody that wanted to go privacy had two choices, yo. So if you were on the fence, or maybe you thought, well, you know, Zach already ran, you know, should I go Monero? And then something like this happens, it might be enough to push you over to make the decision for you, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I was buying Monero years ago, so it's like doesn't matter to me. Like I don't have to be buying it right now. I've just been waiting for a few years to sell it. But I definitely see where people that like to frequently move money around and keep it like actively working for them and aren't afraid to take chances. Like, yeah, I could definitely see those type of traders like jumping right on the bandwagon. I was actually talking to somebody earlier about price discovery. I forget who it was. It was like earlier this morning or this afternoon. I was like, yeah, dude, just price discovery is like I'm like, if you're gonna do a breakout trade, I'm like, I'm not a breakout trader. I'm like, but if you're gonna do a breakout trade, the most suitable place is probably as it's going into price discovery. Especially if it does like a bullish pattern, like a bullish continuation pattern, like a bull flag or cup and handle or something right at the previous all-time high. It's like, all right, this thing's gonna go. And then it can go hard really quick. It's just you have to take your profits quick because you don't know when somebody's just gonna hit market sell. And there's no like there's probably not many orders in the book. So there's not that much to reference. That's the difficulty with like navigating price discovery, but at the same time it's a fun ride. Like it's not like you have to do a lot of hard work. You just have to be careful and like pay attention.
Link is holding on here, but I do not like this setup for old Linky Poo. At all. Somebody's gonna pay for that vector. It's not gonna be me.
Oh, yeah?
And then we got Ethereum over here talking tough. Building W patterns while everything's retracing. I don't believe you, Ethereum. You want me to be honest with you? You're gonna have to prove it. You're talking a big talk right now, but and you follow through on your own with no help from the big dog. You take a big chunk out of dominance for it. Doubtful.
Yeah, I don't trust Ethereum. Like I never did. I was always like, yo, he's that guy that shows up to like the party. He's like just a really geeky dude that shows up to the party and he's always overdressed and super awkward. Like that's how I feel like Ethereum is. That's Ethereum's place in the crypto market. I don't know why. That's just the way I envision Ethereum like personified.
I don't know what would make you feel that way. This guy look like does this guy look like he would ever do anybody wrong? What you got on your wrist? That's
Dude,
probably some
maybe it
like
is
super exclusive collab or some shit. But
probably
I
an
mean,
NFT.
seriously, come on, man.
Dude, it's
I don't know
probably the
why you get
reason
that
why.
vibe from Ethereum. I don't know what it could be.
Yeah, maybe it's just because Vitalik is the face of Ethereum. That might be it. Subconsciously.
There's that video of him wiping the boogers on his friend's wall, where he's just picking his nose and he's just wiping it on the wall. And then the meme on top says, "Try explaining to your wife that your life savings is in this guy's hands."
Yeah, true story. For some people, it's a true story.
Look, bro, you don't. If you're a genius, you get to just be weird, bro. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
You're like a
he has absolutely
prodigy,
no
or if you're
shame.
like a, you got super smart, or you like just super, you're just like super, um, I don't want to say nerdy because it's not just nerdy, right? Because it doesn't just happen to nerds, but just success, right? Anybody that has early success on early as a kid, chances are you spent no time trying to figure out how to be normal when like you're gonna be weird, you know?
Yeah, you got no social skills.
You're gonna be weird. I don't care if you're a basketball prodigy or if you're just gonna be a little weird. Chess master at 13 is probably gonna be shit at parties, you know? Just
But he'll tell you all about smart contracts and
yeah.
you know the future of how to move money and how to store your wealth on the blockchain.
But they're winning, bro. So I mean, say what you want. Oh, I'm not cool. I'll cry about it in my Bugatti.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's like they are. It's like Revenge of the Nerds right now.
Mm-hmm.
For real.
Straight up. It's like nerds lived in a world run by jocks and, excuse me, fucking language cheerleaders and whatever, right? Where they were like sort of pushed to the side and ostracized. And then they came up with the internet and video games and metaverse and stream and everything, and they created a world that they control. And now they're like, now you're my bitch. Now I control everything you love. Yeah, I don't even go outside anymore. The only thing you had going for you was outside you were cool. Now you don't even go outside anymore. Talk about Revenge of the Nerds.
Bro, yeah, they should have.
They completely
control
flipped
everything
everything
now.
on its head. I'm
That's
here
some
for it.
5D chess right there.
Yeah.
It's a long game. 50-year plan worked out.
Many nerds died lonely just so that these nerds could be rich and succeed and have beautiful wives and children. And there was some sacrifice in the beginning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But look at them now.
There was definitely some dignity sacrifice. There was like, some wedgies that happened. there's some swirlies, but you know, I hope the guys like Vitalik, I hope you guys are grateful for those who came before you, because they built you, gave you everything that you needed to succeed. They saw the future, and they said, "Yeah, these guys are gonna need this, this, and this. Let's let them roll with it. We have faith. Someday,
We're
our
about to get
kind can prosper."
we're about to get to that SR flip here. It'll be our first test to see. This is just a simple retracement or more of a corrective move. Mendy, if market maker is to regain control and keep control, then yeah, you can come back down to psychological ranges, but chances are that's out of the plan. Got a manipulation X here on the 3-minute. You guys gonna try to drop it now? We're doing. Manipulation X is gone. Market makers like manipulate this. So you want to manipulate? Hold this stopping volume candle off the 200. Look at them fighting. Like a TA nerd action movie.
You sank my battleship.
Gobble that shit right up. Out of here.
Ah, he caught it.
That's volume market cipher. Market cipher A has the manipulation X.
Nice catch, MM.
We're at support, so this would be an interesting spot to make a push. Gloomy with the 10 gifties. W gifts. W mod. Everybody put W Gloomy in the chat if you received the membership. Hit that subscribe button. You might as well. You're a
W
member now.
Gloomy.
That subscribe button. Hit the like button. We go with each other for the next 30 days. Deal with it.
Gloomy's the man, bro.
Yeah, Gloomy's the best. No, it's part of it. All right, come on, chat. Let me get a T. No, I'm just I'm just Don't do that, Gloomy. I'll lean into it, bro. Look, Wizard's ready. Nah, you deserve the recognition, bro. You help hold this freaking place together, this madhouse. Appreciate you. All the mods.
W mods. Yeah, what can we give to the mods? Just be like, do like a challenge to see if we can go a full week with nobody saying the F word once.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Gloomy. Gloomy said less open mics. You want to give us?
Yeah,
Want to
for
give us a
real.
present? Make sure your mic's muted.
Yeah, I've been trying to be more careful with that. Like the other day, I was like, I thought I got kicked out of chat, and I was like, no, yo, my mic was muted, and then I realized I'm like, oh, I didn't get kicked out. I'm like, good, my mic was muted, but like for a second, I thought I was like aware of it. Like I thought I actually got kicked. I'm like, no, no, I'm good this time. So I'm trying, and I think I'm getting slightly better.
Yeah, it took a nice chunk out of this vector for sure. Get your ass underneath that support. But to be fair, we haven't retested the 50 yet, so we still have we've got that ahead of us. Mm. All right, now that we got a bunch of new members, I need you guys to fight to the death. Part of the initiation, the Cypher is Fight Club. I I do rubber mostly when I'm trading by momentum. You know, when you hear me say, "Okay, I'm going to trade the rest of the week by momentum," that's when I'll pull up Cypher more often. So where did you just go, Neve? What the hell? Oh, there's a ladder there. Hold on. Whoa, why do they look so... Hold on, what's wrong with this shit? All right. Yeah, I mean, so far it looks good, but like I said, we got to retest that 50 EMA. This could just be a bearish retest and a continuation. Typically, that's what you would expect here. We haven't retested the break of the M either, right? And they're both sitting right around the same spot. Yo, what is up with this? Hold on, give me a second. Let me figure out what's going on with it. This shit is tripping. Hold on a second. Thanks, Cloud. All right, now we're looking. Yeah, fast October 6th, to be precise, unless we have a right translation. But as of right now, All right, we're stretching up to make that move here now. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to fix something on here. This whole shit is acting funny. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, I looked at it earlier and I was like, I was honestly thinking like, why hasn't this thing dropped yet? Like, look at this, this volume gap. Why are you still up there? Yeah, the heights or some shit? What you doing?
The Ethereum Foundation changed their minds.
Where'd you guys put my lighter? Yeah, it's the VPVR. Yeah, that was ETH earlier with the nasty drop underneath it. Yep. Pretty nasty. All right, we're at the 50 now. See if this looks more like a breakthrough or a rejection. Give me a second, y'all. We're lagging over here. get some bright ideas over here. That is a bored trader. It means you're just sitting there waiting for shit to happen. That's cool though. You're in a happy medium. Damn right. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good deal, bro. Not for nothing. That's what shatters the dream of that one leverage trade that you can hold for the whole cycle, right? Like, that's the dream when you first start trading leverage. And you realize how hard it is to actually pull that shit off. Like, from auto deleveraging to any number of crazy things that could happen within 3 years, you know? All right, Bitcoin, you're here. Now what? I'm here, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to do something real quick. Yeah, we look at it. The problem is that if you look at it right now, it tells you we're at the bottom of the bear market, bro. It's so weird, that USDT chart. I mean, it's not that it's not too much help. I'll show you what I mean. What are you doing, bro? My cat is tripping right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yo, yo, you're not about to knock the PC off. So here's USDT on log. Right. Typically, we've TP'd Bitcoin on these bottom hits. Right. As we hit the bottom logarithmic curve, has been the perfect time to TP Bitcoin. As we hit the tops, has been the perfect time to buy in. Right. So if we drop, let me show you. We'll drop Bitcoin here. I'll turn off. I won't it hide. There we go. And put this on log. You'll see that these TP hits right basically come at the tops. Top of the bull market. Top of the bull market, the double top. And then we had two of them during this run. One at that high at 70 and the other one at the high at 100. But then look what we did. Right? And traditionally, every time we've gotten to the tops, if you look where our green bubbles land, pretty decent times to be buying Bitcoin. During this bear market here, we got a couple of false. And this one, this right here is what sort of sticks out to me. We put in the high, and then we had our dead cat bounce, and we hit top, and then stayed on top, and basically just grinded that top until we got the Bitcoin's bottom. So it's not like I'm making any trades off of it, but it is interesting to see that as we hit that top. See? Bitcoin started to go up as USDC or USDT has been spent. Now, do I think we'll come all the way down here and then we can finally TP Bitcoin here and that'll be the end? I don't think so. Because I think this is going to be a dead cat bounce. So I think this is going to be more like one of these scenarios that we had down here. Where we got a sign, right? And it was okay. It's a good sign to buy the dead cat bounce, but we didn't return to the bottom. Price just stayed up top, or dominance just stayed up top. So what that would look like here would be like what's interesting though is that we're on a downturn. So this should still be bullish for Bitcoin, right? Because we're moving down. What would be bearish for Bitcoin is if we came down to the top of this flag and then started to play out that flag. But that would also break our logarithmic trend, which it's going to, right? We know that this is what S curves look like, right? S curves start to go like that. Oh, S curves will start to go like that, and then they'll top off, and then they'll start to go like that. Another thing that makes me think that this is the time for this trend to break is the Genius Act, right? All the USDT that's going to be spent for commerce, that's going to be spent to move money around online, it's going to be spent, you know, for whatever. That should bring the dominance up higher than it's ever been. Because it's not just crypto money anymore, right? It's like everybody money. Look at you, Biddy. Look at you. I don't know if it's today. They kicked it down the road, but I don't know exactly how far they kicked it down the road. As soon as I heard that they delayed it, I was like, whatever. Stop paying attention. No, just USDT. Yeah, it's just USDT. It's just because it's the one that's used the most. So that's why we watch it. I mean, you could add all the stables and do it like that. But that's what I have this chart for. This is everything here. This is every stable that exists altogether. Basically total minus total ES. This is what we track to see if institutional flows are coming into stables from the bank or into the bank from stables. I had to sort of build this chart to be able to follow it closely. This is when we were at all-time highs. That was 126K for Bitcoin. You see how flat we went here? Man, we don't have any other section of the chart that looks like that. That was our top. And then money came out of crypto into the bank. And then a little bit came back, dead cat bounce, higher low. And then we had a huge deposits from banks into stables as people got ready for the relief rally. The first step of the relief rally got TP'd a bit. And now we're seeing a new inflow of stables. But you notice something?
And it's a bull flag.
Look at where we were when Bitcoin was at 126. If I'm wrong and this isn't the Genius Act that's responsible for this, then where are all these stables being spent at? Because they're obviously not being spent over here. I mean, some are, right? But what we're seeing is stables start to move their way into commerce, in my opinion. And then this chart lets us know, out of the wallets, all of our collective wallets that are holding stables, are we spending or are we hodling? Right? This top is the hodl part of the wallet. This is when our wallets are full of stables, jam-packed full of stables. As we spend them, price comes down. Right? So these are our pumps. Right? That's every pump that we've had during this run for the last 3 years was in these downturns. Now we've pumped up higher than we have, right? Meaning stablecoin reserves are bigger than they have been this entire time. And they're starting to be spent. So this rally continues as long as this continues to drop. The second that stops dropping and pops up, we have issues. I think we have a new level of support here. Our old level of support down here, we would drop until we got there, and then we would buy back up. After the Genius Act passed, I think we have a new level of support, which is now here. So on this drop, this is sort of, if we're lucky, what I would expect it to come down to. Here we had the government messing with our bags. For everybody that wonders why we got shit on when it comes to Bitcoin, the alts we already understand, but why we got shit on when it came to Bitcoin's top. US government shutdown brought us, the start of the US government shutdown was on the 5th. The 6th, we got the top of our market. I'm not saying that that was intended to be the top. I'm saying at the 6th, we topped. 4 days later, 1010 happened. Huge liquidation event into an already drained liquidity. There was no chance. It was just higher, low, higher, low, higher, low after that. Completely drained us out. We expected the liquidity drain to end somewhere around this range. And so far, it looks pretty decent. But these were our 2 de-risk levels here in the group on the 9th of October and on Halloween. And since then, we've been preparing for this relief rally, baby. Yeah, everybody wants to talk about how happy they are that there's no CBDCs and all this shit when USDT and USDC both have mechanisms to freeze wallets, run transactions back. All the same spooky shit that we're worried about with CBDCs. Nobody ever cares when it happens to some like terrorist or something, right? You hear like USDC froze $500 million in some sketchy wallet from some human traffickers or something like that, right? Everybody's like, woohoo, yeah, do those guys. But nobody ever thinks, wait, they did what? Wait, what? Bro, lay down. Chill out. I can see it in my cat's eyes, bro. He wants to perform a gravity test so bad. He's just staring at all the shit on my desk like, I wonder if you float.
Yeah, cats are so awesome. They're such little bastards, but they're so awesome at the same time.
I saw I saw a video today where this guy was playing dice with his cat. It was funny. They were playing craps. They would just put it on the table in front of him, and then the cat would knock it off. They played for like 30 minutes, and the cat took everybody's money. Cat was, swear to God, cat was hitting trips. It was crazy.
Damn, dude.
The comments were like, that cat's got treats for years.
Bro, I think they're aliens. Because we used to worship them when they were like back in ancient Egypt and stuff. Like we worship cat. Like so many ancient cultures worship cats. And like, dude, I swear they're just aliens. They came here and they like conquered humanity, and now we just clean up their poop and feed them, and they just do whatever they want, and they like they get to live for free. They have like the best life. They mostly just sleep.
They're tapped into some shit that we're not tapped into. And I've had enough cats to know that. And I've had multiple cats. So,
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I've seen my cat stop playing dead in their tracks and stare at the same empty spot in the room, frozen in their tracks. Like if something just walked in the room. That shit freaks me out, bro.
Yeah.
It's not just one cat doing it, right? It's like two of them, and then they're both looking at each other and looking back at the thing like, you see what I see?
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people have seen their cats do that. You know what I mean? But like you don't hear about people's dogs doing that, or people's rabbits, or people's fish, or whatever kind of, freaking pet they have. It's like it's something that's like very specific just to cats. Like they see stuff that we don't.
You should dabble with
You know,
psychedelics. If you ever run into your cat and you're tripping, look at their face. I'm dead ass, bro. Your cat will
dude,
look
I'm
at
trying to
you.
think of if I ever
Your
done
cat
that.
will look at you like, how'd you get here? Like, this is our plane. Who let you? How'd you get here?
Like,
You
you're
should
not
go
supposed to
home.
be
Like they look
allowed
at you
here.
worried. Like you shouldn't be here. You should go home.
Yeah, like I don't think you can handle this intensity. Like you ain't built for this. Yeah, dude, they're like on another plane, bro.
Yeah, we're so
They're like
close
on
to
another spiritual plane.
7.5K, Ghost. Probably by tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, we got this. I'm gonna make like, a couple dozen extra new accounts. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I only got two, but I am subbed with both of them. But yo, everybody hit that like button, and also hit the subscribe. We got the bearish divergence going on with the like to viewer ratio. So yeah, let's pump those numbers up. Wait, is it really that? Or do I need to refresh? Oh no, we got 133. It was only like 52, and then before I refreshed the page. Damn, man, 133. That ain't bad. Just slight bear div.
Nah, you should see the metrics on the crypto niche and YouTube. It's horrible, bro. The
Yeah,
entire niche is just bleeding out subscribers and followers like crazy. So to be growing through that means something to me.
yeah, dude, that's
I'm taking
powerful.
that to be like, okay. That means there's channels that are losing people, but they're finding us. Maybe not all of them, right? Obviously, because the numbers are still going down, but they're finding something
That's
here
a
that
good,
they're not finding somewhere else.
yeah, that's a good thing. Well, they're finding a lot of wisdom and knowledge, like mainly from you, but like also from other people on the channel.
Yeah.
And it's 24 hours. Like, but people are looking for guidance. They're not really like they don't want like somebody shilling their bags or shilling their shit coins or whatever. Like, oh hey, this is happening, and like this is happening in the news, and it's probably gonna cause this, and then they end up being wrong about that. and then like the market goes the opposite direction, and it's like they're getting thrown for a loop. It's like people legit like just want guidance, like not like somebody with an agenda. You know what I mean? And that's something that you provide that like really most other people don't. Most other people have an agenda, and like it's their content is really ego driven. Yours is not. Yours is like the exact opposite. You're like very stoic and disciplined. So
We're just trying to get through this shit, man.
I mean, I think that once we get another like quantitative easing, like once all like the euphoric conditions are there, it's this channel's gonna just absolutely blow up. Because if you're growing now,
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
in
was
the
thinking that too. If
pessimistic
we ever
tone,
get retail back, it's gonna get a little nutty in here.
yeah, it's gonna get super nutty.
I appreciate that, but that means a lot, bro. I mean, I was tossing it around. That's why I leave it on 24/7 because I think it's nice to know that whenever you come on, whatever time it is, right, you can just pop in and see what's up. And even if you miss something, there'll be people in chat, that were here, or there'll be people talking in Discord. Trading is a really for most people, is a really solitary, lonely kind of thing, bro. A lot of people don't know people in real life that trade. There's nobody to talk to about this shit.
Yeah. Without you guys, I'd be lonely as hell in this. Like, I just like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'd be doing. Like, I might be, like, I don't know if I'd be more focused and less distracted just because it's just me sitting here, like, and I don't like have other people to discuss things with or like other opinions to like sort of, add to my own. Like, it would be mainly just my own. I'd probably still be watching other YouTube channels though, to be honest, but like having the 24/7 thing is like gives you that sense of like community and like solidarity, and everybody's like, we're real people. We're just real people, and we like
Yeah.
talk to each other about real
Sometimes it's
stuff.
just as simple as like a big, massive red candle comes on the chart, and you know that there's somewhere you can go to be like, what just happened? Even if it's just other people, but there's other people that just went through that same candle. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's not just a TA group, it's also a support group.
yeah, really. On
Oh,
link,
speaking of
yeah, I
which,
got you.
I was I was meant to talk to you. Like Clive, I was talking to Clive earlier, and
How's he doing?
um
Better?
yeah, yeah, he's doing better now. But he just he couldn't get back into his old account, so he has a new account now. So he was like, "Oh, can you give me an invite?" And I was like, "I can't, but I'll talk to Dbloc later." Because I was like, I think he's charging now or whatever. But I told him I'd talk to you and see if I could get him an invite. He's obviously not very tech savvy. I mean, he is, but not when it comes to like, modern, like our generation type
Mm-hmm.
and stuff.
Here's that drop on link. You got your big volume gap, and then that vector hasn't even been halfway recovered. Honestly, it's a little stronger than everything else, right? Like if you look at how far something like Soul has come down into its vector, right? It already took most of that shit out, while Link is just up here chilling, doing its best Ethereum impression. The ETH, a little stronger than Link, but same sort of deal. Still above its volume gap, holding its high volume node, sitting above that big vector from earlier. Very similar with Link showing a little bit more weakness, right? Link already broke and is attempting to get back over. Danielle. cat doing back there? Is he still trying to knock shit off the table? He's chilling, cooling out. Yeah, yeah, for sure. There's a swing between the sessions that's important. Each session has its own personality. Asia's the one we call mom, right? And there's a little bit of cultural relevance there too. You know, when you think Asia, you think yin yang, you think harmony, balance. That's how they tend to run. So what we do is we take the Asian session from the highest point of the Asian session to the lowest point of the Asian session. Asia usually runs a range, right? They'll set a range that market makers play off for the rest of the day. So we identify our Asian box, and then we prepare for UK, right? So Asia ended right around there. All right, so now UK we consider dad. Like, think culturally, right? Stiff upper lip, you know, British stick-to-itiveness, hard nose, pick a direction, go a direction. So they tend to come in and they'll test Asia's, they basically test Asia's temperature. Just think dad wakes up, sees how mom is feeling. And half of that Asian session is the test. So if UK comes down and tests Asia's 50% mark and holds, they tend to trend up for the entire session, right? Whereas Asia will chop up and down the range, UK tends to go in one direction. UK is the easiest, in my opinion, UK is the easiest session to trade if you're new. If you're new or you just started leverage trading, right? Because of that fact, because for most of their session, once they pick that direction, it tends to be an easy sort of swing. So you've got mom and dad, and then you've got the US. We're the kids. We do whatever the hell we want. We come in and we screw up all the hard work. If there's vectors to be taken, we come down and we swing them. If there's volatility to both sides, liquidations to both sides, we come, we chop up, we just completely go nuts. And then when Asia wakes up the next morning, they come in and they clean up the mess. Right? Then dad wakes up, dad goes to work. Kids wake up, kids make a mess. Mom wakes up, mom cleans up the mess. At times, you'll see the Asian session and the UK session switch positions. If Asia ever trends hard, then UK will like range. Right? So like if mom comes home and doesn't feel like cleaning, dad wakes up and does it. And then again, US comes in and does whatever they want. US is the most volatile session. But Asia, UK is the setup for the day. We'll cover all of that in Cypher School over the next couple months. Just got to get this dead cat bounce out of the way so that I can have some time to work on the material. And then once all the material is set on paper and not just floating around in my head, then we can there's just not a lot of money coming out of there, honestly. And what we're doing is we're not really focusing on market sessions. We're focusing on market maker work hours. Right? So it's a little bit different than following Australian Open and, you know, going through all the individual Germans and shit. No, I mean it's a good question. I can't remember who it was. I think it was somebody in either was Australia, and they were like, just ignore us completely. Fine. It's called Market Sessions is the name of it. I had to turn a bunch of stuff off because it comes with like bunch of moon phases and shit. I just basically turned everything off except for the screener for the market screen. But you've got 8:30 until 2:30 basically. 8:30 until 3 o'clock for Asia, and then 3:30 until 9, and then U.S. Open 9:30 until the end of the day. The gaps in between these sessions are whale sessions, what I call whale sessions. When market makers are not at the controls, they switch to algos in between sessions. In that switch to algos, it's easier to overwhelm the market maker. So you'll see big moves or big drops happen right in the gaps. And the biggest gap is the gap between US and Asia. Right? The gap between when the market closes and 8:30. Why we see all that volatility during the day after market close.
Who's the author of that indicator? 'Cause I was trying to find it the other day. I
It
couldn't find
is
it.
by TTC, I think is the name of the.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to find. Time zone,
Daniel,
market
I hope that
session.
answered your question. That was a long-winded answer to that. Yeah, UK session honestly is like a pleasure to. I almost wish that I lived somewhere where I was just waking up around UK session. Trade UK session, go to lunch, come back, trade after US session into UK. I mean into Asia. Go to sleep, wake up, trade agents. I mean UK session again. That'd be great.
Oh, it's trade, travel, chill.
Yeah, TTC.
What's her name? Annie? Something like that. A chick that does the vectors.
Yeah, she's Australian, I think.
Yeah,
No,
she's
the
like
name of the
Australian, but she lives in
indicator,
Dubai.
Alex, is Market Sessions. TTC is the author. But you notice that interplay between the sessions the most during CME. So they take turns setting the trap, right? Usually Asia will set one side, UK will set the other, or UK will set one, Asia will set the other. I mean, US will set the other. But you really see mom kicking the gear when Asian session starts and CME is still open. If CME gap hasn't closed when Asia starts, they'll make a beeline for it, right? Like that's the main thing. If they can't get it closed and UK session starts, it starts to get a little weird. Maybe UK session does, maybe UK session goes, maybe dad had plans. Maybe he's going to play poker with the boys. And he's like, look, that's not my problem. You deal with that, Asia. And then if they don't do it, then we got US. And it's like, good luck getting the kids to do what you want them to do. That's why sometimes those CME gaps will spread out for days. And it's typically Asian session that closes it. Excuse me. Gonna have to get them used to it, man. This is life now. Christian, what's going on? Man is in Nepal. How is it? I bet. The algos. When CME first opened, it's the algorithm that's trying to close it. That's why it's such a strong push, right? Algorithms are set so whenever that clock strikes, you move in the direction of CME. Or better said, you provide liquidity in the direction of CME, right? And you deny liquidity in the opposite direction of CME. If they can't get it done, then Asia will come in and clean it up most times.
Do you think the main target is still topside liquidity? They're not done or like ready to retrace to get ready to retrace to get longs. You think they're gonna keep going after shorts?
I don't know. I mean, if they make it easy for them, remember the overall sentiment is bullish right now, so it's cheaper to go up. And if you're gonna add gas to that, then it's like, why fight it? Well, UK has to hold this yellow line to remain bullish. We don't have the first candle of UK yet, but we will. At some point during the session, we'll come back and we'll retest the midpoint of the Asian session. If that doesn't hold, we'll move towards the bottom of the Asian session. If that doesn't hold, then you're trending down for the entire UK session, probably to clear some licks, take care of some vectors. That's just the hours that it holds, Alex. It opens with futures markets and commodities, oil, stuff like that. Yep. Sundays at 6. Yes, yeah, we do. Anytime you move parabolically like that, you're gonna have order book imbalances underneath. And we can see them here, right? You actually see them with their corresponding fibs. We have the high volume node here from our accumulation, and then we pumped parabolically, right? So there's a gap there, right, where there was no volume. Then we have our range here, which has our high volume node. Then it popped again parabolically, and we have another gap, right? And then another one above. But you know who doesn't care about filling gaps? Whales. Care less. They don't get paid to do that shit. Market maker cares about filling gaps and eating liquidity. So the question, like it is every day when we come to the charts, is who's in charge? Who's in charge today? Is it market makers or is it whales? Well, let's check our swing. Right? If we want to know who's in charge, we check our weekly market maker swing. And we see, is it following the swing or has it broken it? Right? So we have our trap longs and our trap shorts. Check. Weekend trap, check. Freed the trap longs, check. Came back, cleared CME, check. Put in a high into Monday. Yeah, we got that. But then we invalidated our 3-day retracement, right? The way that the swing should have run from there is 1 day down, 2 days down, 3 days down. But we invalidated this 3-day retracement, which means market maker is not in control of the market right now. Or at least at this moment, he wasn't, right? So how do we know if market maker is in control now then? Well, have they moved to recover any of those imbalances yet? Or are they having trouble dropping price? Right, if they're having trouble dropping price, that means they're having trouble controlling liquidity. They're having trouble controlling liquidity means there's excess liquidity in the market where market makers' liquidity provision isn't needed at the moment to buy and sell. So I would say we're probably 75 whales in control, 25 market makers trying to regain control today. If I had to put a number on it. Because every single market maker motivation is to the downside right now on our time frame. The 200, the 800, the psychological lows, the psychological highs. Only thing we're underneath is the daily open. Now, even when market maker isn't in control, like it's when I say the market maker is not in control, I should say the market maker is not in complete control. Right? Because at no time during this push up did market maker not eat. Red vector recovered, red vector recovered, red pink vector recovered, green vector recovered. There's one that got left behind. Right? That starts to make the scene kind of interesting. Like, why was that left behind? Did they lose control? Will they come back for it later? Here's another one that was left behind. Right? But for the most part, every vector had its match. Market maker opened positions, closed positions, ate this entire way up. And then things will go parabolic and get away, and that gets left behind. Right? But even here, came back and ate that, came back and ate these. This was the biggest part here where they lost control. This is where price just absolutely went. So it's not a full loss of control, right? Market maker is always going to be in control to some point because he controls the depth of the order book. If they remove all their, you know how when we have major events, major news events, CPI is a good one. Today was a good example of that. FOMC, you know that volatility that we talk about, where we're like, yo, like don't trade because that shit is gonna go up and then come down and it's gonna go up and it's gonna sweep again. The reason it does that is because for big news events or big traded events that are gonna bring a lot of liquidity, a lot of volatility in, market maker removes their orders from the books to protect themselves because they run delta neutral strategies. So what happens when you have an order book like this, right? And then you've got let's say regular orders, right? Run this down the middle like this, right? Buy and sell on each side. So let's say you've got regular orders on buy sell at 36, another one here. You got somebody that decides they want to sell here, somebody decides they want to buy there, maybe a couple more over here around resistance because they think it's going to pop. Maybe a bunch of sells up here because of the double top, right? Those are like your natural orders. And then market maker will come in and fill the book. So that at any price point that you happen to want to buy or sell, there's a buyer there, right? It keeps the market liquid. It's why we trade it. If the market was illiquid, we wouldn't want to trade it. Right? So the order book ends up looking like that, nice and thick. The problem is when you have large news events, market maker will do this. Right? Now what happens? Now somebody comes in to buy, he's at 94.2 and says, I want to buy something or whatever. And they're like, well, you can't buy it until, let's say this guy wants to buy 20 Bitcoin. There's 5 Bitcoin at 946. There's another 10 at like 952, and maybe like another 5 at 953. To fill that 20 Bitcoin, price flies through the book. You get a big wick out of nowhere. And then the price being up here finally eats some of these sell orders. And then this guy decides he wants to sell, but he can't find anybody to sell it to underneath 9.4 because he just cleared that. So now the book gets cleared again to the bottom. Right? So it takes a small amount of money to get huge swings when the market maker is not involved. If the market maker wants to tone that down and keep you trapped, then he'll fill the book. Right? So being able to paint the chart by either having a thick or a thin order book, being able to control sentiment by the patterns that you draw, right? Plus being able to control the velocity of a move because of how thick or thin the order book is, basically gives you almost full control of price if done properly. And what we do here is try to decipher that madness in real time. So, like I said, when whales come in, this is what happens. When whales come in and the order book is thin like this, right? The market maker fills the gaps. On those big events where market maker takes away and thins the order book, whales come in and they play market maker. Right? So if the order book looks like this, then where can market maker put his orders? It's not needed. There's no gaps. Everybody that wants to buy a Bitcoin has somebody that they can buy it from at whatever price point they want. And anybody that wants to sell it can sell it at whatever price point they want. The order book is thick, which gives whales the opportunity to buy and sell without slippage. It's a little dance. A little dance they do. What's going on, Jean? I had two ways to go with pronouncing your name. I went the fancy route. Jean Roche in my mind instead of Gene Rotchet. Either one's cool with me. I'm just letting you know how my brain works. Feel like I was right. There you go. See, that's what I was thinking.
Yep, they don't want to let them short yet, so we'll just wait for it to go up more. I mean, for somebody who's either taken most of their profits or taken all of their profits from their trades at 89K range, I mean, you're either going to be waiting for a dump to get back in.
There's a lot of people in that boat, bro. Which is, you know me, I like healthy corrections, bro. I love this move, but I would love it to come back down. And it's not because, like, I sold and want to buy more. Most of it is because I want to pick up people that got left behind.
That's fine. Whatever we want to call it. I'm good with that. It's just if they want to keep going up while I'm in that mind frame, then
You're forced to buy higher, and that's when FOMO kicks in. That's
no,
what
I
FOMO
won't.
is.
I refuse.
No, not you, but you know what I mean? Like, that's at that point is when you start to see the FOMO in the market.
Yeah. At that point is where I look for a short entry because I'm on the other side of the spectrum to where all the meat on the bone is to the bottom.
Mhm.
Once I start seeing like 108,000 or whatever, something, whatever they get to.
Just a timing thing, man. That's all it is.
Otherwise, I'm in the thesis of I had to start considering super cycles and all that crap, which
No,
I ain't with.
we haven't seen any of that yet. Any evidence of that just yet. But what I'm saying is if, you know, if probability is up, then just ride the up until the up is done instead of worrying so much about catching the top.
Yeah, I already did, but in my opinion, all of this after the fact is just over aggressive shorts and a bunch of short squeezage.
Yeah.
Because look, everybody who TP, who the hell wants to buy here? Any normal trader took a lot of their profits already, or if not all.
That being said, if they wake up to a candle at 99 above the weekly 50 EMA, those same people will buy in higher.
I can't say I'm that one. I will sit there and stare at it like, psh. Which is very probable that they could do it looking at their past behavior, what they just did. They want a whole bunch of shorts to be absolutely sure. So, like for me, when it was at 92, I have to go back and look. Before they, you know when it was, before they did that big green vector right before, if we could go back there and what.
Yeah, and you're right. It's gonna be bad at the top. That's part of where the blow off top comes from. It's a mixture of people that got left behind FOMOing into shorts. FOMOing into super aggressive shorts at the tops. You just scared the shit out of me.
I mean, anybody who thinks like that is somebody who didn't take their profits yet and is looking for way higher numbers. So either you did or you didn't.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, there's people who were in position too and maybe not fully allocated, right? They were playing it safe and they're like, let me keep a little bag in case
Yeah, they're
all of this
holding on
goes
to our
bad.
run.
And then now they're looking for, okay, it didn't go bad. I need to, give me somewhere to put in the rest of this.
That or they bought back in already. And they're looking for it. And that, in my opinion, I don't know about that.
This gives us the same measured move as the M pattern. Yeah, Robo, it can, but at very specific times when ETH is outperforming on the BTC pair. But for the most part, they're linked by their pairs. There's going to be a massive unrecovered order block here at the top. And there it is. Funny. I was like, wait, I got an order block indicator here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it's just those are two of the most paired. You know what I mean? It's the same reason why it's the same reason why all the alts go down. Like when Bitcoin goes down, if dominance is headed in a certain direction, it's not only the fact that people are selling off. Bitcoin's going down, so they're scared their alt's going down, so they sell. It's not just that; it's the pairs, right? The Bitcoin pairs that are traded, the Bitcoin Sol pair that's traded, the Bitcoin ETH pair that's traded.
Okay, the number was 94,700, and I guess that was a prior where we came up to where we topped out at.
Okay.
So all the shorts were parked on top of that. That's when you saw where they made that giant green vector coming up because everybody and their mother was so sure that we can put them in there, and it wasn't going to get past it. This, at least on the first attempt, it wouldn't, but it just came up and just ripped all the way up through everything. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that again. So I guess wherever we left off last time, what was it, 96 something? Let me see. Yeah, whatever it is, 96 high, 97, whatever that is over there where the green wick goes up to. The shorts will park on top of there. And when they're sure that it's not going to get above that, that's when I think they're going to go for the 100.
For now, we'll just use the fuel.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like for now, it's not even worth it to me.
Yeah.
Thinking of the bear, like shorting right here. Nah.
Now, if you wanted to catch a short, it would have been off of that wick. When you
Yeah,
saw
but that was impossible to catch unless you had a limit order there.
It's when you see that start to retrace like that, when you start to see the massive, right, sell off from that range.
There wasn't no time. It was immediate. It was like, oh, you had like seconds to catch that, if not a minute at the most. Maybe not even that.
Yeah, Robo, motivation is vector right now. Not only the vector,
Not
but the
saying
200 EMA.
But there was impossible to catch that up there. There was no chance unless you were already had the order there and you knew it was going to go there.
I mean, when things are pumping like this and going parabolic, if you're gonna get into the habit of shorting pumps,
You had to stick it in
that's
real
when
quick.
that's when you have to have your finger on the trigger here.
Oh boy, your sniping skills was just like
Just like catching a falling knife, right? If we flip that like that, you mean to tell me that I couldn't grab a piece of that wick?
it seems
to
like it
catch
was
it.
slower. Going back to when that happened to catching that wick on the downside, that's a lot easier. I mean, I was catching it with you.
You had basically 2 minutes. You had the 1 minute and then the next red candle.
Compared on the other side.
Excuse me. Actually, your type 2 entry here would have gotten you, just waiting for the type 2, you'd have actually done a better job.
Yeah, I got that. That's where I came in.
Yeah, so you should be good then.
I'm done with all of that already now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, by good, I mean, like, you should have TP'd that.
But it seemed like catching that short up there at that wick was damn, like, even faster.
Guns moving again, Yoel? Right. I was a little worried. Gun was one of the ones that I was worried about, not because I didn't think it would do well, but just because I thought about other people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they went in heavy. So I'm glad that it's doing its thing now. Damn, another 20%. Holy shit. Oh shit, I hit that bullish trigger and went for it. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. Oh my god, Dbloc, you stop doing that.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, you made me think of going back when you had those 3 choice lines when we were like all the way down there.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the red path. Like,
yeah.
We took the red path, right? So.
Yep. We did.
But what did the red path like exactly show again?
We're not done yet, right? The red path included a relief rally back up to that 50 EMA at the very least. It wasn't just a line down. It was a retest.
And that's that 108K?
Yeah, that's that 98 to 108. Yeah, give me a second, y'all. My mouse just died, so we're stuck on this gun screen for a second.
And I know that's a target and all, but I mean, you know, being all the way up here already, 95, 6, 7, I mean, 97, 6.
For most things, like we're not really talking about the difference between here and 98, 108. What we're talking about is the difference in what the alts can do between here and 98 and 108. If you're holding a straight Bitcoin only portfolio, You really gonna like? Who cares if you got 97 instead of 98? You know what I mean?
That's how I'm thinking.
It really doesn't matter. I mean, it matters. Money's money. Don't get me wrong. And with enough Bitcoin, you know that ends up being a good chunk of money, but it's not worth losing gains. The question is the alts, right? Can Bitcoin move up to these numbers slowly? Meaning days like this and then consolidations, retracements for a couple days, and then another day like this, and then consolidations. So that during those consolidations, alts can do that 10, 20, 30%. But for that, we need dominance to behave. We need dominance to come down.
All right. Well,
And we need to
watching some
have
today.
the right selection of alts, which is the tricky part, right? Yo, I'm ordering a new mouse. I think that I fried this battery. There's no reason for this shit to be running out as fast as it is. I'm ordering a new mouse right now. Yeah, I tried one of those vertical ones. My brain doesn't work like that, yo. I don't know what. I can't make it work. You see? You saw the gravity test, right? Hey, that's a limited edition cause doll that you just knocked off the table, gang. And you don't even have a job. All you do is eat and sleep. So if that's broken, I don't know how you plan on paying for that. You have to pay for it with treats. Chill out. Gravity's still real. You're still on Earth. Yeah, those are order blocks. CM. These are pools of liquidity, right? Where price reacted. The largest order block is the one up here, the one that we were looking at earlier. And then this is the open interest, right? Huge open interest at the top versus down here when we took off. Yo, this cat's disrespectful. Comes in the room, knocks shit off the desk, and then just leaves. So I have one, but I've got a mini. I need a full size. Like, no bullshit, my hand gets cramped from using this small ass mouse. So I need like a regular man size mouse. Nah, he's on one tonight, Viking. The other cat's gone, the orange cat. He's been out for like 3 days. He's not fixed, so he got into some shit. And then this one here feels like he runs the house now. That Razer Basilisk V3 is the one I was looking at. I like the size of it, but I don't know. It looks kind of cheap. What brand is that, MB? Razer? Logitech. All right, I'll take a look at it. Bro, I should get a wired one, but I can't stand wires. Like that wire right there, that charging cable I have, no bullshit, drives me crazy. I look at that shit in the camera like 7 or 8 times a day. I actually need to ride it behind the yeah, actually that whole area right there's a mess. And then he was like, you scared the shit out of me. Holy shit. Bro, you gotta relax.
Well, anyway, I am looking for the next long trade, wherever that's going to be. Interested to see.
What's the cat's name? Puppy? Thinks he's a dog. Pit bull to be exact.
My woman said I'm a male chauvinist.
I mean,
Because
she would be the one to know, I guess, right? Out of anybody.
Because I had her fix the female cat, but I didn't have her fix the male cat.
It sucks, but I feel you. I don't like to do it either, but you kind of have to, yo.
I just keep him outside so he doesn't pee, and
That's
he can't get.
That's the thing, though.
The male cat's not the one that will get pregnant.
It's
He
not.
can't
It's not
get
even
like
that. It's a
He's
health. It's
still
not even that.
stray,
It's a
though.
health. It's a health thing. Like if
I
you
don't
don't
care
fix
about.
if you don't fix your cat, you have to keep them outside. And if you keep them outside, they tend to live less.
Yeah, he stays
Yeah, like
outside all the time.
I had a cat that didn't I didn't get fixed, but I wanted him to be an indoor cat, but he always went outside. Like he always wanted to be outside. And one day he just took off and didn't come back. So it was like, I don't know what he got himself into, or like if he's probably still out there and has probably conquered like an entire forest right now because that cat was a beast. But he took off. Like when they're not fixed, if they're fixed, they tend to like even when they get outside, they don't go like more than a mile away.
They
But
stray.
if
That's
they're
why I'm worried about. Yeah,
not
that's why
fixed,
I'm worried about the
they
orange
go
cat
all
right
over the
now
place.
because he's not fixed and he's been gone for like 2 days. That pull is strong, bro.
Bro, mine was gone for like a week before.
You remember being? I mean, come on. You've never left the house and come back a week later after chasing some tail. Like everybody's been
Bro.
there.
I know I told you the story in the past, but mine came back after a week missing. with his foot totally mangled.
Yeah, you told me. Sucks, bro.
Like it was like literally like hamburger meat, his whole foot.
That's another thing that I don't like about having cats outside, bro, because people are weird when it comes to cats, bro. It's like either they love them or they're like superstitious about it to the point where they'll try to do shit to the cat to get it off, to get it out of the yard.
He's back to 100, like nothing never happened to him.
That's just serious.
I had to treat his foot with peroxide.
Stop putting your butt in the camera, bro. Have some respect for yourself. There you go. Turn around. Face the camera like a gentleman. Do not knock the car's door off the... Look at him. He's looking at it. He's thinking about it right now. What's the over-under that he reaches over there and knocks that off the table in the next, 10 minutes? You can legit see him thinking about it right now.
Let's put it on poly market.
Yo, chill. Yeah, there you go. Calm down. Yeah, so if we really want to watch something to give us a heads up on this, honestly, what we need to be watching is the Dixie. It's all going to come down to this. Have we broken? Right. Rejection and continuation. Our rally continues. If we get back above and start to climb, we're going to have some problems. But I haven't pulled this chart up for a while, actually. Let me see. Let me back up a little bit. Appreciate it, Chris. So these are our bull runs, or our bullish, I should say, right? Let's drop Bitcoin on it so you can see what I mean. People who aren't familiar. So you see, as Dixie goes down, see what Bitcoin does. Dixie goes down. Dixie goes down. Doesn't quite look like the others, does it? Very lackluster. And that has to do with the liquidity issues that we had. Right? So even though the Dixie was dropping, liquidity wasn't available in the way that it should during the most explosive part of what should be alt season. Right? So let's get rid of this. And let's put an even more depressing overlay on there. Total 3. So again, usually Dixie goes down. Alt season. Dixie goes down. Alt season. Dixie goes down. Chop City. if there isn't enough liquidity to make all altcoins move together, fact one, right? And on top of that, those that have money aren't here to spend it, fact two. Then how do we move? Right? The only way that we've moved is because the institutional bid has pushed Bitcoin. And that's kept speculators alive, which then speculate on certain projects. And we've had popcorn alts go, ping pong here and there, but nothing really sustainable. But that is because of QT. Right? In QE, there's more money in people's pockets, and not everybody's going to gamble on, not everybody's going to sports betting, not everybody's going to prediction markets. There'll be enough to spill, and everything will go up together. But if the bag of spendable money is low, and those that actually have access to it aren't here or they're spending it somewhere else, then you can't really expect a whole hell of a lot. It's taking forever. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back, yo. I mean, you guys are sleeping. Oh.
Well, it is 4:15 in the morning.
Morning, schmorning.
I was told one time that if you want to be successful, you should wake up at like 4:30 in the morning because there's nobody around that's gonna bother you. Like nobody else is awake, so nobody's gonna like be texting you or calling you or
You know who's up at
whatever it is.
4:30 in the morning? All the other guys that heard that same thing. You got millions
Yeah.
of people now up at 4:30 in the morning. Nobody tells you the real success is to wake up at 2:30 in the afternoon when nobody else is waking up. That's how you stand out.
You know what's funny is that I know somebody that does do that. He's awake at 2 o'clock. He doesn't wake up till 2 in the afternoon, besides you. But he is also very successful, and he says he's been doing it for a long time, like for years. But he's on a different time schedule than us. He's like a few hours behind. So
My
2 for
problem is
him
because
is
I'm
like
used to working like
5.
third shift. And like in New York, you can exist at whatever time you want to exist. Right? There's like
Yeah. The city
everything's
that never sleeps.
available. It's just it's a different world. Third shifters are crazy, bro. It's when all the fun though. All the bars let out and you go to like the food spots that are open. Everybody's tossed. But everybody that's like too tossed has already been locked up and sent home or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I like the nightlife. Like I always loved the nightlife ever since I was a teenager, but at the same time I realized that working third shift was like it was cutting back on my vitamin D like so dramatically that like I ended up having to supplement with vitamin D and I was like, yo, this is like miserable. I never see the sun. Like I never get sunlight on my face or skin anymore. Like so I had to stop doing it kind of. But there was also times where I was working 3 jobs at once and like I'd be working the night shift and like then I would still go like I'd stay up all night and still go to work the next morning. Like an hour later. Like after my night shift I'd go work at a different job for like the whole morning and then I would sleep in the afternoon. But I wouldn't sleep that long. Like I could only sleep from like 3 to 6. And like that was miserable too, just because I was getting no sleep. Eventually I kind of got used to it, but I still felt like my quality of life was not really that great. Because like what I was doing demanded more than 3 hours per night of sleep, you know?
I love my sleep. Nothing gets in the way of it. When I was a kid, one of the main things that I remember saying to myself when I was little was, I'm going to make enough money to where I don't have a bedtime. Dead ass.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how powerful that was until I got older and realized, yeah, fuck, that you really, you complain about your parents' bedtime, but when you got to go to sleep to go to work, like, that's even worse. So
Yeah.
one of my biggest flexes, one of my biggest luxuries right now that I enjoy is that I decide when I go to sleep and I wake up. If I go to sleep right now, I wake up with my eyes open. And that's like valuable. Now, do I get enough sleep? Probably not. I can't get the old ticker from ticking, you know? I wake up in the middle of the night or something with an idea or a thought. But you know how many times I've laid down, I haven't even been thinking about anything. And just out of like the silence of my brain comes a pattern on a chart I was just looking at. Like, and I got to go
Oh,
like
wait,
check a
gotta go
chart
check
real
that
quick
out.
or I won't be able to go to sleep.
Yeah.
That shit's happened a couple times, more than a couple.
Yeah, that used to happen to me consistently. I would see, dude, I'd be so obsessed with charting that I would like have, like, I would be in my dreams, I would be charting. I'd see like a parabolic pump, and I'm like, oh no, shit, I missed it. I could have caught this breakout, or like I'll see it's just like a pattern completely fail, or like I'll just start seeing like massive red candles like ripping down on the chart. I'm like, oh no, like panicking or shit. And it's like I will wake up with like my heart beating, and like like I gotta go look at the chart, like what really happened. And then like I calm down once I see that nothing actually happened, but it's like it's like inside of my head, like inside of my dreams. There was a point in time where it's like I just literally couldn't get away from it. Like even going to sleep, like I was still like watching charts in my dreams, and I was like, okay, I gotta take. I'm putting in too much screen time. I'm like, I need to get away from it for a little bit.
So how do you hate sleeping? You probably hate pissing and shitting too. Yeah, I mean, I get the whole when I really was, and like I'm locked in now, but when I was really on my grind, and I considered myself locked in, you know, like yeah, sleep was the last thing on my mind, bro. The last thing on my mind. 2 hours of sleep, if that, and I had to have it, you know. But what you realize later is that sleep is restorative. It actually gives you back more time than it takes. Trust me. And the time that it gives you is more productive time. Because yeah, you're awake, but you're not at your. And with other jobs, it was okay, but with trading, I can totally tell. Like with trading, I can tell when I have like cognitive decline from sleep and things aren't making. Like when I look at the chart and I just can't figure out what's going on, I'm like, all right, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, you get like stumped. You're like, I know this stuff, but why is it? Why can't I figure this out? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
Power naps are
Probably
the
because I
shit.
haven't slept in 3 days.
Power naps are the
But yeah,
shit. I've taken some of the most epic power naps right in this chair.
yeah, dude, I think like Isaac Newton or something, or like Tesla, one of those like one of the great minds of history. Like they sort of invented like a polyphasic sleep schedule, and the way they did it was like they held a spoon, like a metal spoon, in their hand as they were sort of falling asleep, but while sitting up in a chair. So they would let themselves sleep for like a minute, but then as soon as they like sort of fell into like sleep, their hand would drop the spoon, and the spoon fell on the floor and made like a loud noise, like a noise that was loud enough to wake them up. So that prevented them like they got to sleep and be in REM sleep, like the theta state for a while, but without going like deeper into delta and going deeper into that deep sleep. And I guess if you do multiple cycles of like just having your theta brainwaves active, it's supposed to be really good for like cognitive function and like emotional stuff, like emotional resilience. But I don't know, man. I mean, like I tried to do that stuff and it was tough. I'm probably gonna try it again someday. But the thing is, like no matter what time of day it is, it's like I feel like 3 hours isn't really enough. Like so if you were to sleep 3 hours a day on average, that means you have 21 hours to like be productive or whatever. But like you said, how productive are you
No,
really
you
being
got
with those
21
21
hours. You
hours?
got 1 hour you're going to spend in a freaking mind haze because you haven't had any sleep. Another hour regretting that last hour you just spent. And then you're just not all there, right? Your brain's not all there.
So that
Like I
brings me
said,
down to
I never
19.
noticed any cognitive sort of impairment to not having sleep until I started trading. Because for regular everyday life shit, there's enough. you've got it. Your brain's powerful, but there's enough brain power there to get most of your tasks done, even if you haven't had sleep. But when you've got like a big cognitive load, coders probably go through the same sort of shit, right? Like it gets to the point where you can just tell that you're not functioning at full capacity.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's much more noticeable when you're trading because it's so like mentally demanding, like mentally exerting. That you're like, wow, I actually need like sort of part of sleep that like cleans my brain out. Plus, like you don't remember stuff. Like sleep like helps you to retain information because it cleans out all the stuff that like seems like unnecessary or like unimportant. Cleans all that stuff out and then it saves. It's like it's saving a file. It's like downloading and saving a file, like something that was important that you did learn. So
Yeah.
it makes it your brain like it gives your brain the ability to like actually store that valuable information. Whereas if you don't sleep, you could learn all about something, but then if you didn't get enough sleep, then you're not going to retain the information. You're not going to be able to recall it because it wasn't like saved properly. It's like the file gets corrupted.
Short squeeze are coming.
I was like, did somebody say sleep?
I'm always asleep. Dark 11.
Yeah, Emad was just asleep, and then he heard us talking about. He woke up.
I sleep 1 hour, wake up 1 hour, sleep 2 hours, wake up 2 hours.
Nah, it's funny because I'll be on, yeah, because I'll be online for like 10 hours and I'll hear Emad say he woke up like 3 times.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, dude.
Welcome to my life, the life of a narcoleptic.
And I can tell when you fell asleep and you don't realize you fell asleep either, because everything will be like real quiet, right? And then you'll just pop on like, what happened?
Yeah.
You know how when someone turns the TV off while you're asleep, and you're like, I was watching that. No, you weren't. You was asleep. Nah, I mean, I love sleep, and you're absolutely right. Your body needs it, so everybody needs to get
But
good
yeah,
sleep.
people are like, oh well.
That's why beds are so important.
Like it's like motivational speakers. Some of them are like, you don't want success even as much as you want sleep. Like you want to sleep more than you want to be successful. You got
I told
only
you
so
that.
many hours in a
I
day.
told you that my goalpost for when I was successful is when I was able to sleep on my schedule.
Yeah.
Like that's how much I've always valued sleep. Like literally, I was like, I'll know I'm where I want to be when I don't have to go to sleep on anybody else's time.
Yeah, because like you're not really at the mercy of anybody else's time. Like at that point,
If you
kind of like
keep explaining the same shit that I say over and over, we're gonna fight, Kwai. We're gonna. I literally pride myself on being concise, and then you come in after and deep dive it. We are going to fight, but in like in big like those big inflatable sumo like wrestler things though, not like fight.
All right, well, forgive me. I haven't gotten much. But yeah, like reiterate what you say before I go to make a comment and add to it, but then you call me out for what you said, so I forget the
Well, I
comment.
didn't call. I did. To be fair, I didn't call you out the last 3 times you did it, but that so then I figure I'll do it like every 4 times. I'll say something.
Yeah. Well,
with you, though.
I think
I
that
can't
like in
stand
order
that
to
thing.
build and maintain success, you need a certain amount of, and like figure out which like point is the optimum amount where it's like you get what, but without getting too much. You know what I mean? Because if you get too much, you're not going to be as productive. And get too little, you're also not going to be productive. And so it's like I think it's about striking a healthy balance.
I can't stand. I hate the feeling when you got to wake up in the morning and get up and be somewhere and you don't want to. Like I can't stand it. I've always hated that.
Bro, that's where my motivation came from. I'm not even bullshitting, but that's where my hustle came from. I was like, I can't, and it's from watching my mom do it, watching you know what I mean? Like, You watching everybody, and I mean, just personally hating to get up or go to sleep at a certain time, but then watching, like, damn, you're an adult and you still got a bedtime too. Like, nah, it can't be me. And I mean, it was me forever, obviously, right? Because I've worked plenty of jobs, but the point at which that I didn't have to anymore, that was a little W, right? That was a little victory for sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
this
never
is
really
this
had
is
a
the Discord that you're listening to, the audio from the Discord.
I never really had a bedtime ever since I knew what Adult Swim was. Like once I found out about Adult Swim, and I was probably like 10 years old. Like like I just started watching that like all night, and then like I never had a bedtime ever since then. Like was I productive? Like no, not really. But did I miss school all the time? Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. It was like I kind of just always operated in my own stuff. Like if I had to go to work, like later on in life, if I had to go to work, I had to go to work. Maybe I was late and I looked bad to my boss, but I still like busted my ass while I was there. So like he sort of like overlooked it. But I mean, it's like, okay, if I don't go to sleep, like I can either choose to try to go to sleep now and get 8 hours of sleep, or I can stay up all freaking night and then choose to get 3 hours of sleep. And then sometimes I just won't be able to sleep. So
Just go to
my
sleep,
brain's
bro.
just different.
Go to sleep. Get some Benadryl or some, Tylenol PM for whenever you can for emergency situations. Melatonin doesn't work for me, but every once in a while
Yeah.
I can take like a Advil PM and knock out. You just can't make a habit of that shit.
Yeah, I take that stuff when like like there was a while I was like, okay, I just gotta take this every night for like 2 weeks, and I'll get used to going to sleep at this time.
It's
Then I'm like, wait,
circadian
now I'm giving
rhythm.
myself a
You
bedtime.
can use it to get your rhythm in check. If you really want to get good sleep, then it should be. You just need to get your circadian rhythm back to where it should be, where you're
Well, then my
naturally falling asleep when the sun goes down, when you're naturally getting tired.
then my buddy Randall told me that like it has a bunch of like weird long-lasting side effects that can be damaging. Like you get like like it increases your risk of Alzheimer's and
You know
shit.
what
Like
else has weird, long-lasting side effects? Not sleeping.
yeah, that's true. But I mean, I guess that's something you can kind of fix. Like you're not really introducing chemicals like a foreign substance to your body,
You can
but
mean if
I get
melatonin works for a lot of people. Your body produces it. For me, it just doesn't work.
yeah. The thing about melatonin
I
though
had a
is
misspent
you
youth,
have
bro.
to
You're gonna
take
have to
it.
do way better than melatonin to knock me out.
Yeah, like you have to take it consistently in order for it to even start working. You know what I mean? Because
Maybe
it's
that's
what
what it
it's
is, because I've never done that. I've always just taken someone I needed to sleep, didn't work, and I'm never taking this shit again.
yeah. It's not like it's naturally occurring. It's a vitamin. It's not really like like a drug. So
Bro,
I
I'm
mean,
not
it's
taking
not gonna
sleep
be
advice from you.
all right.
You're a freaking
Well, then
zombie.
don't.
You don't sleep. You're like the wrong person. Like the person that hates sleep telling me what I
Well,
need to take to
well,
sleep.
yeah, but I'm telling you what doesn't work because I know exactly what doesn't work because none of it's worked for me.
You need to make friends with
So I
that
know.
demon that's keeping you awake, bro.
Okay, I know what to do.
Yeah, he never leaves me
No,
alone.
Yeah,
I keep
look,
telling
you
him to
don't
go
gotta
away.
kill him. You can make friends with him, cuddle with him. Do something. I've been there. Typically,
smoke
something you gotta
weed.
take care of that you don't want to think about it. Take care of one of those type of things.
Nah, he's just with me forever. Can't get rid of him.
Hey, this is what I did. I smoked weed for 30 years straight. Then I quit cold turkey for the first time and never went back. And then all of a sudden developed narcolepsy.
Wait, what? This is a new thing?
Yeah, smoke weed for 30 years in a row, then quit cold turkey, and then you'll develop narcolepsy because the THC leaves your brain or something.
Have you, not to get personal or anything, but have you checked your blood sugars?
Uh, No.
Might be a good idea because being pre-diabetic has really similar symptoms to narcolepsy. And I've personally never heard of adult onset narcolepsy, although I'm sure it's probably a thing. But being pre-diabetic, especially after meals, you'll just knock out. You know, your
Nah,
body's
it's not
dealing
after
with the
meals. It's all
insulin.
the time. I mean, it could be. I haven't.
It's worth checking. It's a cheap check, and it's good to know because it's easy.
I
If
know.
if you're like pre-diabetic, it's easy to fall back off of that and get back into normal ranges. But if you wait too long to find out and it gets too far, then you start getting to the point where, again, I'm not saying that's what it is, but even if for somebody that's healthy, it's a
I
good
already
idea
cut
to
off sugar. Like,
check it out.
I don't even have no sugar.
Yeah.
Like, my sugar is honey. I have no sugar in my house right now at all. I don't eat white bread. I don't eat nothing white. Like, I already took those steps.
Aeon
Been
says
done.
you can go to CVS and get a super cheap glucose monitor and just skip the doctor altogether.
Oh, good idea. Let me do that. Thank you.
I know for me, when I'm on a more steady workout sort of regimen, like when I'm really paying attention to my macros and I'm working out, zero problem sleeping. I mean, come 10, 11, 12 o'clock, it's like I'm literally fighting sleep at that point. But if I sit around and just trade all day, it's almost like my body goes into chill mode and my brain is like, I got this. You know, I could be up for days. So exhaustion, I mean, obviously it sounds like an obvious statement, but exhaustion, putting yourself through physical exhaustion will help you sleep better. Make you more thirsty. You know how you're supposed to drink like a gallon of water a day or whatever? I can never get that gallon down unless I go to the gym. If I'm just sitting at home, there's no way in hell I can drink that much water. If I go to the gym, I'll drink it within an hour. You know, probably another gallon when I get home throughout the day.
Yeah, I'll go get that glucose test. That's cool because I'm gonna go to the doctor. I just poke myself with it? I'll let you know though. I'm gonna do it.
We're already at 10 hours, Alex. 10 hours and 47 minutes. I was talking to AI about it, and the AI suggested to get a clipping, just a simple clipping program that lets you clip it in half or clip it to the size. So I'm going to try to do that and see how automatic it is. Where it basically just, all it does is it cuts it in half, right? It shortens the length of the video.
Yeah, I tried that one you told me. I didn't like it. It was kind of slow, and actually that's what I'm doing right now as we speak. I'm using a program called let me see. It's free and it's called Microsoft Clip Champ. I think it's way better. I mean, you got to do it yourself, but it's very easy. Like once you upload your whole video on there, you can slide it around and just chop it right there.
We had a liquidity sweep to the top side, then took out a bunch of shorts in a hurry. But the real answer is that it was time to pump. Right? We've been in that accumulation forever. We retested 90 a bunch. It was yesterday, the day before yesterday, and I was like, yeah, it looks like 90's pretty solid. Right? And after finally locking in that support, we went for it. Took all those shorts out. Remember how we were sitting down here and I was like, that is a lot of bullish targets. When I had all the little 1 minute W's drawn out, we had like 8 targets to the top side. I was like, this shit looks extremely bullish. It's 10 hours and 50 minutes long, Alex. I'm not sure why yours says 4 hours, but it's crazy. Guys, I haven't reset the stream for a long time. What probably happened is we lost connection when we were lagging and it reset the recorded, but the live itself is 10 hours and 51 minutes long. I didn't reset before dinner or after dinner. 4 hours ago would have been right after dinner. Yeah, the stream lagged out. Whenever you guys get that wheel that spins, it lags it out. It's not gonna be 4 hours long when I end it. I mean, I'm gonna end it anyways because I'm gonna end it before I go to sleep. But it's not gonna be 4 hours long. Watch. When it shows up, it'll be 11 hours. But I will. I'm gonna restart it within 40 minutes anyways.
I mean, that looks like a stopping volume candle there, and then a type 2 entry here, but I don't want it.
The hell if we don't pray. Nah, I'm looking at this uptrend. Good, healthy retracement for me would be coming to this uptrend. And then peeling off again from here. So 0.5 on the fib. We do have a vector at golden pocket though, so I don't want to take that off of the table. But if I could have my way, sweep that liquidity to the 0.5, hit that uptrend, up and out. We'll leave both of them on the screen tonight. Bring this vector over. UK so far is struggling with Asia's line, but they haven't. It's just a lack of volume in their session. There's really no push here. This bear flag has the same measured move as the M pattern, so I'm just gonna get the redundant pattern off the screen. Just waiting to break that 50 to finish that. Yeah, for sure. If volume comes in the way it did today, then they'll leave all this shit behind for later.
What time was that giant green vector?
5 o'clock.
Maybe something to think about, the time.
I mean, I don't know. It's just that's when we happen to break into those liquidations, but it's possible, yeah.
I'll definitely
U.S. session.
5 o'clock tomorrow. What did they do at 5 o'clock the day before that?
Not much. Regular boring little candle.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Sneaky.
We're gonna sweep this. If you're a bull and a whale and you're fighting market maker and you're fighting to hold control, it's avoiding this psychological range. Right? If we come back into the psychological range, market makers in control. That would be a retest of 90. The complicated question, Bat. Technically, yeah. Kind of. Just try to clean up this chart a little bit. OCD can stop screaming at me. Yeah, we have really walked this shit down. Like, and it's not even it's not even a bragging thing, right? It's just looking at all this time that we spent down here. I mean, from the 10 a.m. drops to we really stared this thing down in the eyes, bro, the whole way down. The potential liquidity sweeps to the deviations, to all the little small relief rallies on the way, except for a couple.
Dash just broke out again.
Yeah, be careful with that thing.
Damn, I thought I had it dialed in and it came back and got me out. Perfect entry, too. God.
Usually the exit that gets you. Every entry is a good entry if you get a good exit. You know what I mean? Like, but the perfect entry can turn into a nightmare. If you miss that exit. Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep here soon, yo. About to reset the stream in a second. Still fighting with that midpoint of the Asian session. You're welcome, bro. How would we be feeling if the chart looked like this? You bullish or you bearish? You happy with your long entry or are you getting nervous?
I'd be looking to enter along if that was the case.
Yeah, this is bullish.
I mean, isn't it like elevator downstairs up, so bearish?
Nah, this is pretty bullish. Just the way that it's sitting, right? You got your W pattern, it broke out, it came back for the retest, it's put it in a bull flag. It could start to look bad, right?
Oh,
Would
it's
have looked a
inverted
lot
or
more
what?
bullish if it popped out. Yeah, we inverted the chart real quick.
Oh,
Just to
so
check
then
everybody's sentiment. I mean, to check everybody's bias. Yeah, this is bearish. But if this looks bearish to you, and this looks bearish to you, then, you know, you've got to check your bias. So it's always good to give her a little flip. That's how you argue with Zeusy. I learned that trick like 3 years ago. Zeusy comes on, I just flip the chart. And I'm like, I don't know, Zeusy, this looks kind of bearish, man. If we're gonna roll over, he's like, bearish? It's super bullish. Definitely gonna break out. And then I invert the chart, and I'm like, haha. So you agree that we're bearish today? You tricked
he reminds
you,
me.
you tricked me.
You remember Steve Martin from that movie Pink Panther? He reminds me of
Yeah,
that guy.
that's funny. Nah, I mean, it was literally specific day I did that. He goes, you tricked me. Ah. Ah. Can't even argue with you, though.
He hasn't been around, no, for a while now.
He was around like maybe like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Popped in. Yeah, he's stepping back a little bit. The reason that I don't have this bear flag drawn out is because the measured move is basically the same. I believe it's a tiny little bit lower. Yeah, I would play it right now, Galactic, but it's too late. I don't want to wake him up. You don't want to summon him unnecessarily. Rude. Like a bat signal.
Is there any relation between ATR and RSI or anything? Because
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could come up with a formula for that, but not. You know, the RSI is going to give you your relative strength, so it's going to let you know when your momentum is starting to die down. But your ATR is really meant to give you the deviation, right? Like the average spread on the order book.
like you can't take a trade based on the ATR.
No, I wouldn't. No. For me, the ATR is simply to let you know, okay, this is the average true range that a candle has moved. So underneath your stop loss, if you want to give yourself an emergency little cushion, if we get one candle underneath where I think we should stop, the average true range of that candle should be this big. So I'm going to put my order right underneath that, you know, or 2 ATRs, 3 ATRs, whatever you're comfortable with, depending on how big the ATR is. Sometimes the spread is wide.
So it's best to use when the ATR is the spread is not much.
Well, you would just add to it, right? If it's a really small ATR and you look at it and you're like, ATR is like 30 cents, you know, maybe you'll be like, or if it's a crowded trade, right? If it's a really crowded trade, then chances are you're going to have a lot of traders that have their stop at 1 ATR underneath, which means that you're sitting in a crowd. So sometimes to get away from ATR traders, you'll add like 2 or 3 ATRs. Either way, what most people do, and we can be honest here, it's family. What most people do is if they take this trade right here, they say, I'm going to put my stop loss, I don't know, here. That looks good. You know, like literally just the eyeball gut feeling thing. It's like everything else is so technical and you fine-tuned and you watched everything and but then when it comes to the most important thing, setting your stop loss, you just like eyeball it. Like, yeah, somewhere around there, that's fine. So it's just a more
But
sort
where
of.
would you set it? But where would it be? Under the left
For
big
me,
wick?
if I was taking this right here, it would be underneath here. Unless it was a short-term trade. If it was a short-term trade and I was just catching a falling knife, then I would set it a couple of ATRs underneath the wick. The ATR right now is what? Or where was it at the time, which is what's important. 123 bucks. So obviously not a good example to test it on because nothing came down here anyways. But instead of say somebody that's like, oh, I'm going to set my stop loss at the wick, right, which we all know is a pretty bad idea to set it at the obvious place, then you would set it $123 underneath that. It would be somewhere around there, right? 2 ATRs would be. But all that means is as price comes down, if price would have come down here and broke this, right? The average range of a single candle wouldn't reach where you put your ATR. It would have to be an abnormally large candle. You're just trying to put probability on your side. A good thing to do is go back to the last couple trades that you were stopped out of. Check your ATR, check what the ATR is, and see if you would have added 1 ATR to your stop loss if it would have saved you. And then back test it. You know? If you would have got stopped anyways, then you could just be like, it's bullshit, it wouldn't have worked anyways. But if you notice that, you know, out of the 10 trades that you got stopped out of, it would have kept you from getting stopped out of like 7, then it's worth using.
And leverage has got nothing to do with this, right? Once you figure out the ATR,
Well,
like
leverage makes you get to your stop loss quicker, obviously. Right? So it's the same concept. It's just the speed at which, you know.
you die.
Yeah. All right, let me reset the stream, y'all. We'll be back. Y'all, 1 minute reset. And then I will set everything up for the overnight.
Thanks, Dbloc.